Well, hello there, YouTube, and Twitter, Instagram, and Reddit. How's everybody doing today? What's up, fam? I changed things around just a tad. Got a new look going. Try to change things out some. Let's see. Let's get that beautiful beam footage, my God. Hi. What's happening there, Nightcore? How you doing? Hey, hope you having a wonderful day, sir. All right, Klowns Paranormal Adventures. I'm up here with Alan and Rosie from Alan and Rosie's Adventures. With it, all righty. Yeah, I shared a video or live stream out real quick. Hey, coming back around. All right. Hey, Lily. Hey, Three Souls. Hey, Nightcore. How's everybody doing? All right. How you doing there, Lily? Told you I made some changes. What happened to K-Pup? Word for today is by God. Oh. If y'all would dare hit that like and share button. If you hadn't subscribed to my channel, please do. Yeah. I'll try. All righty. Try to run a good channel. Have good content. Entertain people. Let's see. Yeah, I made a couple of changes. Hello there, Haley. No, I didn't get a haircut. Oh, no haircut. I just got it slicked back. I got my shit fried, dyed, laid to the side. By God. Oh. We figure hook it up, start her up early today. We gotta see. 6 o'clock. Yep, 6 o'clock. Hollis Lore has a new video coming out. Uh, at 6 o'clock this evening. So anybody listening there, you would there, check Hollis channel out there for 6. Hey, well, two. Alright, let's start up one of Holly's videos. Hey there, Steve. What's happening? All right there, Jason. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. No, it's all the same thing. Ooh, it's all the same thing here. My God. We're going to change. Let's go over banners, knock this one in the head, knock that one in the head. So what's everybody been doing today? Ooh. That's the word for today. Huh. See, I got one of them extra special setups. What happening there, DJ? Ooh, might need to trim it out a little bit here. There you go. There we go. Aha. Yeah, I'm feeling better. I feel a lot better there, DJ. Appreciate you asking. Uh, there. Also, hee hee. I see you. Yep, there today. I'm giving it a sec. If y'all would hit that like and share button, try to get the stream started up. As soon as it does, I'm fixing to start up one of Holly's videos from Holly's Lore. Tonight we're going to do Holly's Lore. Uh, all things paranormal. Leslie, going to do a video from her. And I'm going to do one from Cryptid Fringe. Or Venomous Fringe. My bad. It's a. Uh, my God. You call me the Crypt Keeper. Oh. Yep. So what you been doing today there, DJ? Jason, Steve, Lily, ooh, Haley, K-Pup. Y'all act like you seen a ghost or something. Ooh. Oh, so YouTube Studio, okay. I guess that do make a difference. I need to get contacts. A 56-hour work week. Hell with that. Work's a four-letter word. Uh, so what kind of work you do there, Jason? Alrighty, well, let's get the party started. There you go. Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Rod. Yeah, I might grow a beard back one day, K-Pup. I don't know. Boom. Bring it on, Holly. By God. Oh, Lowe's.
Hi guys, welcome to another adventure with Holly's Lore. Tonight we're in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and our first stop tonight is at Little Round Top. Now, of course, you're supposed to be able to hear battle cries, possibly see apparitions, but an interesting note I found is that during the Civil War, a spirit was reported. The Union troops from Maine were lost in these woods, and a rider appeared and kind of guided them here to Round Top to go where they needed to go, and he just vanished. Reports went back to Abraham Lincoln, and he even had it investigated and couldn't find out anything. So let's go see what this place is all about. I think there's steps down here. Hi guys, welcome to another adventure with Holly's Lore. Tonight we're in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and our first stop tonight is at Little Round Top. Now, of course, you're supposed to be able to hear battle cries, possibly see apparitions, but an interesting note I found is that during the Civil War, a spirit was reported. The Union troops from Maine were lost in these woods, and a rider appeared and kind of guided them here to Round Top to go where they needed to go, and he just vanished. Reports went back to Abraham Lincoln, and he even had it investigated and couldn't find out anything. So let's go see what this place is all about. I think there's steps down here. Got my spotlight. What was nothing? Quiet. Now also at the foot of Little Round Top, at Squatter's Pen, I think it was. There used to be an apparition of a little girl in white. It was a big man. Move it over. Right there. That's a little bear. He's a possum. It's kind of cute. This kind of easy. Knowing what happened. Thousands and thousands of people died. Just because they died, you know? You know, to me, you don't want stuff again. Things we do in the dark. On our own. Now, guys, remember, if you hear or see anything in the background, please let me know in the comments. I'll definitely go back and check it out.
Led to this spot by his military Saga City, July 2nd, 1863, General Governor Kimball Warren, then Chief Engineer of the Army of the Potomac. Dedicated August 8th, 1888. Oh, there's one.
I think that leads down to Slaughter's Pen, possibly. Oh, well, maybe it's down there. What is that?
Check out this cave.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a cave.
Oh, it just goes straight through. That's kind
Yeah.
of cool, though. It looks like it came from up top. These statues are eerie at night. Flashing cool. There we go. Flash didn't want to go off.
Be careful. And remember, guys, if you hear or see anything, put it in the comments below.
It's so clear to be here.
I wish we could get clearer pictures of the statues. Well, I'm sure her still camera did.
Yeah, not really. That would be a day trip, then, for sure. Yeah.
I could have a couple of them at home.
You just want to make things go.
Uh-huh.
You don't need a cannon to do that. The Valley of Death. We're down towards our left is Devil's Den and Slaughter Pen.
One is Warfield. Two is Slaughter's Pen. We passed Slaughter's Pen when we came in.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm right by there. Devil's Den is right above that. I heard like walking. Like, let's walk down here. Because it sounds like boots, like yours. Coming up here. I have a rig here. Here's one. Guys, let me know in the comments if you heard that distant walking like boots. First Pennsylvania Infantry.
Sorry, the pictures are so dark. That's just how dark it is tonight.
Oh, that is. That is.
Yeah. I would love to have one of these at home. I could have all kinds of fun. Different sharpshooters. It's slowly sharp.
There's something there and then down there. Bang.
Oh, they jammed wood at them. Sounds like drones.
That's an airplane. I heard it too. I heard a boom down here. It was very faint. Ooh. Anybody down there? Hello? You can come speak with us. We just want to hear your story.
We want to thank you for your sacrifices for our country.
Yes, thank you.
Three-inch. Barrels are rifled for long range.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm just
awesome. Ooh, look at down there. Look outside.
we're making our way that way. Mhm.
I wonder if we can walk into the tower or to the building. That would be cool. I heard, oh,
Run, Bonnie, run.
no, but I heard whimpering.
Wasn't whimpering, you sounded whistling. Man, I just got cold shit.
It's cold, but it ain't that cold. We're camping.
I mean, my hair is just standing on end. It sounded like a whistle, not a whimper.
Ooh,
I mean, my hair is just standing on end.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're like stirring. Oh my god.
Whimper.
He's giving me the grief.
Number engaged, 526, casualties 26, killed, 89 wounded, 18 missing. Patriotism.
Oh good, no creepy eyes over here.
Excelsior.
Damn, paved walkway. I think we screwed up when we were climbing on the rock then.
Look at the creepy eyes over here.
Well, it looks like we wasn't the first ones.
No, I'm sure.
Once again, we're not here. Any disrespect.
Oh, it echoes. Oh, you can go up. Oh, we gotta go up.
This must be the memorial for all the soldiers. Captains, lieutenants, sergeants, corporals, musicians, privates. At least they recognize the musicians. I'll get it out eventually.
Yeah. Ready to patriotic women. They recognized everybody.
This is Harriet Well Corny, presenting to the regiment the colors under which it fought. Junction to preserve it forever from the traitors. Touch and let no cowards hand trail it in the dust. Like they're doing now.
You first. You have to wait. There are steps. You can get a picture of it.
It's like a bell tower. The 12th New York Regiment.
Holy crap, shine the light over here. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't know if I can. Review. Oh, that's what the menu. No. Oh, I don't put the camera up. Oh,
You remember?
oh, power off. I had right in front of that statue. Oh my god. big misty cloud type thing. Oh, I hear noises. Oh,
That's it.
yeah. I don't know. Can you see it? It's dark. You see? I have to look at it closer at home, but it was brighter than that.
Been home forever. And then do a switchback one day. And then twist back the other way.
Do a little bit of a spirit box. I'm not sure if they're. I don't want to use this word. Ghost. I think it's hauntings around here are usually visual on this. Hear something?
Right here. Man,
Uh-huh.
it's like the
Put that right here.
temperature is 15 degrees colder right here in this spot.
What do you think? You want to talk to us? No?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey,
Hi. Is there anybody wishing to speak with us tonight? Can you tell me your name, please? My name is Holly. I come out here out of respect. Some weird noises. Dead. How many are with us tonight?
we want to pay our respects for your sacrifice.
If you come here and speak in this box, we should be able to hear you. You can tell your story. It's not a little kid's voice. Can you tell me why you're still here? No. Was that you who looked like it appeared in my picture? Who was that? Did you hear it? It was up in there. Was that you who made that noise?
Are you guys still out here fighting the war?
Did you hear that again?
If you guys are here with us, give us a sign. You did.
Was that you who made that loud bang?
Back off.
Do you wish us to leave? All right, well, thank you for speaking with us. We will leave you in peace and want to thank you for your service to our country. You're welcome. That was a female man. Something growled. All right, well, thank you. Have a good night. Hearing like a bang or a boom or, something off that way. It's on the other side of the monument here. I don't even see anything over here. You can still speak with us. Just speak into the camera and I'll hear you when we get home.
We said before, I want to thank you for your service to our country.
We'll drive.
Be a nice little walk.
Not in the dark. Sorry. So cramping's gotten more than enough.
We might only run into another possum.
Another possum. All right, guys, that's it for tonight at Little Round Top here in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. If you heard or seen anything, please put it in the comments. And I guess I'll see you on our next adventure. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Good night.
What are you looking for?
There we go. Yeah, Holly rocks. What happened, Ripley?
What are you doing, Jenny?
My God.
You look a completely different person.
Hey, I look almost respectable now.
And don't you already have one of those? Won't you go find me a cup to put it in?
Oh, I still got my hair.
Yeah, you still got your hair.
I was going for that mullet look. Yeah, that video was awesome. That's super. Yeah, I got a Magnum PI mustache. They got a caterpillar. Look at that.
No, Jenny.
Ooh.
I want you.
So what's happening, everybody? I want to say thanks for coming by. Y'all keep me entertained like this, because you'd rather me be here out in the park someplace choking people. By God. Talk about they're having fun right now, getting in the
We'll have to think
elevator
you don't
someplace
more
going.
video. You're hilarious.
Well, you won't get to the register quick these days. You just go, and some bitch.
No shit.
You get to register, you wait till the last your shit's rung up, you tell them.
Yeah. I'm at the cemetery tonight. Well, this evening. While it's still daylight.
Yeah, that video hit up there, Bill. I figured we hollered back and forth, talked for a second. Then we're going to show one from All Things Paranormal Leslie. Don't want to do too much of videos and not any talking at all. Kind of like have an intermission.
Yes, yeah. You brush your hair.
Yep. You been growing in it since you've been coming on here, Vale? Yeah, Vale was sleeping. I promoted the hell out of her channel last night.
What is it, baby? Did you feed that to Holly? Did you eat it?
What the hell are you doing, Fox?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Just checking tube, buddy, like you were looking at earlier.
Oh, I'm doing more than look at it. I've got that damn $50 a month package on Tube, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It keeps giving me an error, so I can't even look at it hardly. It's fun.
Well, you got to quit being a cheapskate and start paying.
You have to get a plastic cup with me. There's no paper cups.
That's all right. I'll cover it for you. I'll tell everybody who's looking at animal porn.
You're a jokester, clown.
Give me that. So I can.
I'm trying to keep
cup.
things respectable. Yeah, I'm trying to keep things respectable here on YouTube. I ain't really cutting up. But you see half the shit I was doing when I was working in Angola and stuff we talking. They had me and Mr. Dale working on a unit there. They put 2 brand new fresh cadets with us to train. And they come in on a Friday night. They didn't show up Saturday night, and our major come around freaking out. They didn't call in or anything. What did you do to our new cadets? Look at each other. I will know what you're talking about. That's some bitch of shit.
Hang on, Jimmy. Go in there.
They worked with us one night.
Oh, have mercy. There is no more like that.
I'm reading through the Veil's comment.
About maker blood.
You want to make the blood come out on Clown?
Wow, what a lovely singing voice that child has. My God.
She's loud. Hey, no.
Thank you, Allie.
Allie G. That's what I
Hey,
need now.
Allie G's in the house. My God.
Whoa.
Yeah. My God. Ooh.
Oh, Jesus. No, you're not.
Yeah, I was just telling Super a while ago there. I keep looking like this here. I might fool around and get lucky.
Oh, Lord. Jesus.
Candy, drinking coffee. Think you won't get slick. You do it the way I used to. You say put the candy in the damn basket, they let the coffee drip over the top of it. So they didn't know when I was working, I said I would dip skull, put some damn Jack Daniels in the skull and set it in the freezer, let it soak up through the skull. But I could be at work dipping my skull, have me a buzz on, and not give a shit. It don't take much. Yeah. Full blown tonight. All right, let's get this started back on the next one. All right, everybody. Could anybody just tuning in? Check out the channels we got here tonight. We got some good content creators. Show a little love if you would. We try to make good content there where you have something to enjoy. Thanks for fixing to play is from All Things Paranormal Leslie. Well, by God.
My God.
Let's get one started. Move. All righty. Her public service announcement. There we go.
No, you were lying. You're looking.
No, oh, no, you didn't. We showed that one the night before last. Here we go. I see a good one. I think everybody like vampires except the one that getting the hickey sucked on their neck. You get it. They got one sucking. Yeah, you might not like them some bitches worth of shit. Yeah, like get off me! You're worse than a goddamn lawyer. By God. Oh. All right, here we go. In All Things Paranormal Leslie. Y'all would there, check the channel out. I'm gonna drop the link below. She's really, really awesome. Gotta know she's gotta be awesome. She puts up with me.
It smells of cake.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in.
Alrighty.
I feel like I'm in a cult doll surrounded by the nuns, where they're just praying to the statue that's standing behind Sam.
It's not playing.
crazy day.
Yeah, all right. This don't look very professional. There.
There you go.
I feel like I'm in a cult doll surrounded by the nuns, where they're just praying to the statue that's standing behind Sam.
That sounded awful ladylike. Ooh.
Ursuline Convent, built in 1745, was not used as a convent until 1824. Rumored to have once occupied vampires, legend states the Bishop of Quebec handpicked young women as brides for the French colonists in Louisiana. They boarded the ship with only a suitcase shaped as a casket, giving the girls the nickname Casket Girls. At some point, the nuns went up to the third floor and found the caskets to be empty. Dead bodies were found in the yard, blood drained. The window all the way to the right on the third floor was said to have seen a person jump out of it and fly into the night. The bishop then nailed the windows shut and blessed the nails and the window itself. To this very day, that legend still is told in New Orleans, and the church fixed the window and denies any of those rumors or legends. I myself don't believe in vampires, and since I am all things paranormal, I wanted to share it to my channel. I don't do a full-blown investigation, but what I do is take you inside, walk through each of the rooms, and give you a full-on tour of what it looks like. That creepy, eerie feeling you'll never forget. I'll let you decide whether you believe this place indeed has vampires or not. Thanks for watching. Until next time, stay tuned and join us.
There we go. Where you going, Super? All right there, Southern. Ooh. You better wash your hands, Haley. Vale was sitting in that peanut butter, by God.
New
Ooh.
Orleans is a city rich in the macabre.
Ooh. Be careful there, Fox. Ooh. Oh, my God. Ugh. Shit, got me jealous now, Vale. There you go, this one. Let's change over one. Let's see. All righty. What's everybody doing? Hey, I piss a deer. Fart. Ooh. And it probably tastes like ass, Haley. My God. There you go, Vale. I see the little peeping Tom stick his head around the corner. All righty. Well, they start the third one. Next up. Ooh, next up there, Venomous Friends. Let's see, you got fun. Let's see. So, everybody just tuning in. We played a video for Holly from Holly's Lore. One from All Things Paranormal Leslie. Now we're going to do one from Venomous Friends. We're dropping the links in the channel. These are some outstanding channels. Hope you'll sit there and we'll check them out. Sorry, I got tongue tied. I'm looking at a good video. We've been playing the crap out of Dog Man here lately.
If your shirt isn't tucked into your pants.
All righty, welcome back. Now, all the ones that keep saying about, you think the rake is real? Venomous Friends has one on the rake. So they get the party started.
Tucked into your shirt.
I had to go get my kids.
We live in a very mysterious world. One that full of mystery and can explain certain things. My name is Chris French, and I'm a cryptologist and researcher. In tonight's show, we focus on the unknown. Come join me as we discuss the mystery of our world. You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. Prepare yourselves as we dive into the madness of the mystery of our world. Good evening, everybody. You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. I'm your host, Chris Fringe. In tonight's episode, we're going to be talking about the rake creature. The rake is a reported cryptid that has been seen throughout the U.S. as well as also throughout the world. And people who've seen this rake creature have often described it as something demonic and something very traumatic as well. And I think tonight we're going to talk about this creature in a sense of it being that there are some mystery out there, but also, too, I would also want to take notice that this creature has also been made reference in pop culture, as well as also been seen in internet memes. So there's a little bit of a mixed reaction, whether it is, of course, a genuine creature or not. I'm not trying to dismiss it as something that is a fabricated legend, but I think because there's a lot of mixed reaction to what we're really studying here, I think we'll just take the gist and go forth and take a dive into all of the possibilities of what this rake creature could be. So tonight's show, we're going to be discussing this rake creature, and see what we can grab out of it, because this has been a highly requested cryptid to talk about, and I'm on the fence with it, and I'll discuss why in a second. But for all of our returning folks here, fellow Fringaholics, good evening, everybody. It's so great to have you all coming into chat right now, and of course tuning in this after it premieres on YouTube. Also, too, it's great to see newcomers come to the show. Good evening and welcome. You know, the Ray Cryptid is something that I've always had a mixed reaction on, because this is one of those creatures that necessarily I recall being an internet meme. It started out as a creepypasta. For those out there who aren't familiar with creepypasta, creepypasta is basically this little internet forum where people posted horror stories and creepy tales that could have been based on actual events. There have been people who were inspired by serial killers that posted fake serial killer stories on there. So basically, it's like the original horror narrated website before it became a big thing on YouTube. So, you know, you have all of these interesting little stories patched in there. And one of them is, of course, the Rake. And we'll read that story in a little bit, but the Rake cryptid had appeared on there. And since 2008, 2009, it's been a big phenomenon. And now, thanks to modern day, there's been reports of people on forums like Reddit, and of course on these podcasts, you know, other cryptid-related podcasts that go ahead and they talk about the Rake creature, and they talk about how it's just so terrifying. And for me personally, I don't necessarily think that, I think we're having a misidentification of what this creature is. And not to go ahead and spill a bunch of points into this origin explanation segment of the show, but I mean, you have something here that started out as an internet meme and now has become something that's just truly translucent in stories and people who are reporting it, so we don't know what's true and what's not true. And I'm not trying to put out there horror narrators, because that's a whole different ballgame, but in terms of research and investigation, you have people who are seeing it from a different perspective. We don't know if it's fabricated stories or, you know, information that's reliable. Researchers who can go out there and investigate these things. I've yet to hear a few investigations of a Rake creature. I know of the controversial BDRP episode with the Rake and Dogman and the authenticity of that such show, but in terms of what is real and not real with this creature, it's a controversial matter. And I think the idea behind the Rake cryptid is something of which is just truly translucent in just pure imagination. But could we be dealing with something here that is a skinwalker? And I'll talk a little bit about that later on in the show, but I think we're dealing with a skinwalker here. But before I decide to change everybody's minds and proceed to make everybody feel uncomfortable, because I feel like there's going to be some folks who are going to say unsubscribe or dislike, or might dislike, but they can also strongly throw me negative feedback in the comment section, which I am prepared for in this matter, because I know that when it's a common discussion of something like this, not everybody's going to agree with you, and many will disagree and will try to argue about a point, which I'm prepared for and understand completely, because, I mean, it happens. This is what the internet comes down to. But deep down, though, folks, I mean, you know, if you do not agree with what I have to say tonight, you know, it's totally cool. I mean, folks, we're all entitled to opinions, but just remember that information comes with a lot of resource. So a lot of the resource we're looking at comes from a creepypasta and a social forum where anybody could be making up stuff, even like when you do a podcast show. But still ranting off and going on into this, before we do get started with tonight's show, I just want to go off and say that we have, in just a matter of 10 days, the infamous Dogman Apocalypse show. We're going to have a 7-hour compilation of the 10 Tales of Dogman with restored and noise-reduced audio, which is going to be pretty cool for those out there who prefer to hear it in a better quality. As well as also we're going to be producing a brand new interview with Lisa Lycan, who's been on my show previously. And we're going to be doing a documentary show called the South Yorkshire Dogman, in which I've been following a 2-year investigation of reported dogman activity in South Yorkshire, as well as we're going to be producing an interview with the mouthpiece of Dogland Encounters radio show and Bigfoot Eyewitnesses Radio, Vic Cundiff. A lot of you guys have requested Vic, and I wanted to say Vic for this special occasion. It is a very concrete interview that I'm going to be speaking with Vic on, so I hope you guys enjoy it, which I think you probably will. And I mean, it'll be a great little segment to conclude that 13-hour experience. And there's going to be a lot more surprises coming the way, so folks, I mean, lock and load, get your gear on, fasten your seatbelts. The Dogland Apocalypse is going to be coming. It's going to be pretty good, and I think you guys will enjoy it. So, with all that being said, let's take a brief overview on this rake creature. And I think it's safe to say, too, that in many cases, like when we're investigating tonight with this rake creature, as I mentioned on the show, this is one of the topics that is so widespread controversial-wise because there's just so much that can really be put on the table here that we could be looking at and could possibly be not a real thing. And I'm not trying to slam it if it's not, for those who believe in it. I just feel that we're misidentifying it as a real creature, but it's not what we're trying to be calling it. It could be just a skinwalker, as mentioned. And with the skinwalker, the ability of a man shaped from man to an object, in Native American folklore, it would make total sense. But of course, one of the things about this rake creature reportedly is that it has the sensibility and the psychosis mindset of that of the Mothman, where it can leave you with traumatic thoughts, PTSD, bad dreams and visions. And I mean, there's a lot of people who often in these rake reports have felt PTSD and gained PTSD, which is pretty common with cryptids, but have gained the dreams, have had weird visions, thoughts, and it's something that, whether it's true or fabricated hoax, something about a creature like that could manifest some sort of magnetic abilities, some sort of some paranormal bridge, which has often made some people think that the rake is a demon. But of course, like every other mystery and other weird thing in this world, and I mean weird in a great way, it's always good to take it in with an open mind. And I know that for some, it might be a little hypocritical in the sense that, like, well, why, if it's from an internet meme or something like that, it doesn't seem to be an open mind. It seems like we're already slamming it. But really, I mean, this is the resources we know, but who's to say that, like I said, this could be a skinwalker? So part of tonight's show is going to be exploring not just encounters, but trying to dive a basic understanding that may also help for future research in the investigation of this creature. Because this is a very mysterious thing, and plus, too, I didn't mention it at the start, but there are some pieces of evidence, or what appears to be something that's always stood out to me. I know for some people I've often been skeptical about it, but I feel that there are some things here that we should take a look at that I think for some can clear the air on. And a lot of it comes down to video footage that you are all very familiar with, involving this naked man or this guy that was in this backyard of this priest's house, or this pastor. And another is the infamous trail cam image of this zombie-looking creature that's been reported to be a rake. But I am skeptical of both pieces of footage, but at the same time, well, evidence, not footage, but context-wise, one or the other. But we will be diving into all of that towards the third act of the show. But, there's something about the rake, though, that I think really attends to people, and I think it's the stories. And the stories are just something that I think attracts what many, and like any other cryptid story. I mean, what is it about these creatures? We don't gain an interest in them because what starts to interest is when we hear stories about them. I had to hear a few Dogman stories before I really got connected into research, just to know what I would be researching and dealing with. And it's always something to take a good pride in what you study because, with the rake creature, again, I looked at it through a creepypasta horror film, and I didn't really think much of it. I just thought it was just a creature created for the, internet lore. And, I figured that because if you're not too familiar with creepypasta, there's Jeff the Killer, there's Slender Man, there's all these other characters that are inspired by real figures or just in general urban legends, but have often in folklore, they're just created characters but based on folklore of these mythical beings. In this case, the Slenderman in the German times of the Der Großmann, I'm saying that right, was the tall man or the giant man in the 1600s during the Renaissance era. The Rake being a crawler, a demon or some sort of shadow caster or something like that. There's always some sort of narrow ground in the direction of where these creatures could possibly come from. But would the lore of internet meme and scary stories conflict and not deliver a parallel line between the two connected dots? Absolutely. Because that's just the beauty of our internet, our social media.
Just a little bit, just a few minutes ago, not very long ago.
On what we're supposed to be studying. So with all that being said, my little 2 cents overview-wise on the wake, I'm going to go ahead and read you guys some encounters. Now, before I read these encounters, just a few things I want to clarify. Number one, these encounters could be genuine. These encounters could be fabricated. I know I never really said this on my other shows, but I mean, really, I keep this thought in the back of my head, and I think all of you should as well. All these reports I'm reading come from a few outlets, and I want you guys to get an honest opinion on what you guys believe or may not believe here. Make up your own mind on all of these reports and your own intake on what we're studying here tonight. If you think that it's not a real story, if you think it's a bunch of bogus, write your opinion, your comments, your thoughts down below. We'd love to see some social engagement on what you guys think of all these reports tonight. So, of course, first and foremost, please feel free to stress your feedback. Keep an open mindset, though, on these stories. If you do believe they're real, if you believe they're fabricated, just stress it. We'd love to hear your feedback as possible. And always good to see what you guys comment. As well as also, just so you guys know, again, this is also, like I stress out again and again, even though this could be an internet meme, just keep a well-round balance. That think of it as a skinwalker, think of it as something supernatural, something that manifests something here that could trigger such encounter. But also pay attention to some of the wording and some of the way some of the stories go. I will leave links down below to all of the stories I read to you guys tonight, so you guys can take a good look at them. And third and final, I'm not going to do it with any background music. I'm not going to do any of it because I'm going to go back to my traditional maze. And the only reason why is because this is such a controversial topic. I just want to, I want to take a backseat of what many normally do when they discuss stories with the Rake. And just no scary music, no background, just a typical, nice background like now. I'm just going forth with it. Let's dive into some of these encounters. The origin of the Rake, in which, of course, came from the creepypasta forums, but as you know, this reported hominid is this mysterious, stone-like creature. The earliest indication reports of the Rake-like creature came about when Mariner's Log in 1991 identified the Rake by name, which, of course, the proper origin. There's no specific documents of this Mariner that I can look up on the internet right now, but normally, in this case, this Mariner had written about this creature, and they had seen a sighting of it, and it was this mysterious-looking being, and he had written a small passage about it at this time being, identifying it as the Rake. Another account in the 1800s described this creature as having this hollow black eye, which has been described in many descriptions, and having a terrifying, well-like appearance in nature, very similar to dogmen when they look intimidating. These giant 8 to 10 feet creatures weighing over 500, 700 pounds. And there have been also reports of people when they've had encounters with this Rake-like creature who've committed suicide. As I've mentioned, there's been announced tragedy. People have had nightmares. There was a report apparently from an individual in 2003 who had a nightmare about this Rake creature, and it was telling him to, of course, be the one to ascend out of the Agarthans. And it was something that was just truly frightening to this guy, and he, of course, killed himself. But the most prominent story of the Rake, reportedly, was written in 2006. Now, this 2006 case comes from the creepypasta form, but also comes from a form of the indication of the origin of this very creature, the Skinwalker Legion. Now, reportedly in 2006, this family had lived, there's no specific date, there's no specific time, just a year and what occurred. Reportedly, the family that was living in this house had a very mysterious visitor enter in one night. This woman, this wife, had awoken to what she felt was something of a mysterious, ominous presence, in which it was. And the presence had stared right at her. She was so ridden in fear that she just was just staring at this thing. She had no clue what she was looking at. She was just baffled by what she was staring at. The husband, who was right next to her, he was beginning to awaken. He, of course, knew how to faith. This creature gets up and approaches towards the husband, and the creature stares right at the husband for a couple of seconds, and then runs off into the children's room. Now, what happens next is apparently the children, or whomever, the daughter was mangled, mutilated, and apparently the last words were that he is the rape. Something that, of course, the beauty of what could be good or narrated, but at the same time, this woman had requested, of course, that the husband and daughter be all go to the hospital. But the husband drove into a lake and killed himself and the daughter. And over the next couple of years, the mother, the widow, was trying to find any information or what could possibly be of this creature that had taken her family from her. And as a result, had proceeded to go ahead and execute with motion some voice recordings to see if the creature would come back. And as a result, there were a couple times where it did come back, but long story short, it was basically there to terrorize her and she ended up taking her own life. That is the more common story of the rake. That was the one that appeared on Creepypasta and the forums back in the early 2000s. And a very interesting report of a reported leak. I mean, again, it's a story. It could be real, it could not be real. But a lot of people in a lot of these cases I'll be reading to you and momentarily seem to have some sort of mysterious vibe of which this thing has a spook connection. And the guy, the family, the creature staring at them individually, just some kind of mysterious, analogy, some sort of fright. But I mean, it's intense because, no one knows what the hell it is. Nobody knows. And if this creature has capabilities like that to do something that terrorizing, it just justifies how intimidating and frightening this thing could be, even though that we don't know what the hell it is. Now, these next encounters are coming from Reddit, and again, Reddit is a forum where people compose bull, and then people compose ordinary things that are actually genuine. There are a bunch of communities. There's a bunch of cryptid communities. I'm a member of a few. Hominid Encounters, this report comes from Hominid Encounters. I'm not going to give out the Redditor's name. I'm just going to go ahead and I'll leave the link in the description down below. You can check it out at the end of this presentation. So this first is a report coming from a guy who reportedly seen the rake, and this was posted about a year ago. The following comes from this guy's post. Myself and my two friends were driving down a road near Hollinsburg, Ohio, when we see a creature that looked like somewhat of a rake. The creature was larger than a deer, hunched over on all fours, and had a light and pink grayish color to it. It was quite muscular and ran incredibly fast. The area of Ohio, that there are wooded areas and many that I would not dare to explore. If you have any possible explanations, please comment. This thread has been currently archived, but Taking a look at a few of the photographs of Hollinsburg, Ohio, you can clearly see that there are some wooded areas here, and you can know that if there is a reported creature in these woods, whether it's a wraith, whether it's a Bigfoot, whether it's a dark, you have something in these woods that usually belongs in, something that could work in that vicinity. Now, the description, as you mentioned, is that this creature is hunched on its back, hunched on all fours, not back. You have this light and pink grayish color to it. Some people would report it with a grayish, pinkish, like attribute, almost looks similar to spherical cranes with its pinkish glow to it, which have been often, ironically, been mistaken for the Mothman as a skeptical perspective from the cryptid. But what I'm saying is that it has this very creepy colors running to it, had a muscular build to it, and had a ability to run fast. A lot of people who've reported the rake have often said that it runs pretty fast and it has a very
I don't want to see.
One of which has often been horrifying to me. The following report, it comes from a paranormal community forum on Reddit. This is a report that happened over a few years ago, and this comes from an individual who reportedly had an encounter with the rake. The story goes, and I follow. So I was going on a hike near Wallace Falls. Very dark, at least 2 o'clock. So I heard a screech from up the hill. And we thought, let's get the vulture or another bird. We heard it one more time. It was no surprise that it probably had some sort of sea creature. And the more the individual heard it, it became less human and thought it was like any small person would do. He ran away. The man got louder and he turned in the other direction and was terrified. And they heard a traitor speak out. The individual was being followed. They ran away even faster than before and looked back, and that there was some sort of creature. It appeared to be as you said, an alien or not, but scary. It was amazing. He had gotten his crying, and if he didn't, he'd get a spot of even better. Like he goes on to conclude. Now, there's not a lot of information. It sounds like the building more formatted like try to face this time, but also at the same time, you have this case here where, we've often heard reports of people being stalked in the woods, like the Cryptid just did. There's some people on this show who've been reported on and telling about how these creatures have been stalked them and how they've been followed. Very similar case. These creatures will do that. I do believe they do it to, of course, get you out of these environments and for some purpose, whether because they want you out of their territory or there's something far more worse and which many people go on to do with their fears to feed us off of possible threats. I'm still on the fence of that, but I don't think this creature would try to want to
hear that presented with this
listen.
I mean, I could be wrong, of course, but I just find it to be quite unique in the sense of how it's played out. So the rake creature, definitely something that truly stands out, or one thing that is interesting about it is the fact that a lot of these people who see this rake have often had the fear factor of complete and utter shock, which is similar to other cryptids. So there definitely is this presence. People, I think sometimes that because they don't have that possession of them, they do. It's just a kind of a directory of how they go about it and how to deliver in a sense. So it narrows down, I guess. This next thing a year ago reported and comes from the Darkness Prevails subreddit. Big shout out to that. Darkness Prevails. An encounter with a hostile rape. The story happened and it goes on to say, and I follow. This happened a few months ago while me and my boyfriend at the time and a friend of ours were walking around near the old river in our town. We live in a small town in Florida right on St. John's River, so unless you're into fishing, there's not much to do. It was getting late around 10 p.m. and we decided to go check out this abandoned furniture factory a few streets over. When we got there, we checked the doors in the front to see if they were unlocked by any chance, in which they were locked. We walked to the side of it where it had been partially demolished a few years ago. The lower part of the wall that had been was still standing, making a fence-like barrier we'd have to climb over. I leaned over to the wall to see if we'd be able to walk through there, but there was just too much rubble and weeds in the way. When we decided to head back to our cars, I was halfway to the sidewalk when from the weed-filled area came a deep, growly hang-like sound. I stopped and looked behind me as the color drained from my face as I watched. I saw some of the weeds move. That's when I ran leaving behind my boyfriend and friend. We had ran almost 2 blocks before we stopped and started walking through the neighborhoods back to the cars. The entire way back, we heard something climbing across the roofs. Had rocks flung at us from the trees, and a pale figure ran quickly past us. The entire time this was happening, I had a strong feeling that the dread we got back to our cars safely, but we stood there for a few minutes trying to calm down sometime before we drove. It was all calm for a minute before we heard the creature climb up on the roof of a converted bay. It had paced back and forth just out of the reach of the light, throwing things at us in a tree a few times. It was so scary being followed like that through an area I used to feel so safe in. I did some research when I had gotten home on the growl, the paleness and the spread of it, which matches the description. I found it in the rank encounters. I think it only followed us and through things because there were just 3 of us just staying close together. And hopefully I won't encounter it again, at least not alone. This is one of those cases too that definitely distracts it from, of course, your typical broken Bigfoot encounter. This one seems to have a lot of action to it. What starts off as just a brief investigation out of an abandoned factory had turned into a reality for this couple and their one friend. Rocks thrown at them from trees, had creatures peering out from left and right from each side when they were getting back to their car. So they parked at a far distance. And this place had to have been almost about a block or so made of just a pure factory. Now, it would make perfect sense for a picture to be an abandoned facility like that because there's nobody around. I highly doubt that there'd be anybody in there. Unless people toured those places for heckling, or of course teenagers in the rebel, or of course for promiscuous activity. There's always some sort of boundary for why a creature like that would hide in some small vicinity, but it truly is one of those mysterious cases. So out of these 3 cases so far that I've read to you guys, let me know what you guys think about them. Let me know what you guys think in the comments or in the chat right now. It's pretty interesting reports, I will say that. Now, the interesting thing about these next couple of stories is that there is a lot of very interesting things. And it's just truly one of which people have no explanation for. This next case, this eyewitness is the same problem. He goes on the one year if it was the rate that he has seen, or if it was completely different. He goes on to say, and I quote, coming from the paranormal forum, I live in a very quiet country that a lot of people don't even know about, where nothing really happens. Saturday night, or rather Sunday morning last summer, my best friend and I were walking back to my place where she would be sleeping over after a night of partying in the city. It seems like the usual walking home routine. Everything quiet and the city asleep except for a few cars who pass us on the way. We decide to take a shortcut and it looks through the woods and along the old school route. As we walk towards the open gate to the school, that is almost hidden by bushes, we grab her arm to stop and move behind the bush. And then quickly it hid when it saw us. I can't really decide whether I'm just drunk or if it's just reality. So I asked my friend if she saw anything, and she gives me a weird look and says that she didn't. We walk a few steps closer, but we're still in a safe distance of meters away, and all of a sudden it shows itself. It peeks its head up behind the bush. It was white, had no face, It looks interesting. It's wearing one of those bright, creepy, white top-toe Slenderman suits. It's sort of strange. It knows that I've seen it, so it seems to try and hide better and hurries to the other bush. I can see it while it moves across the tiny street and into the other bush. It's extremely skinny, hairless. All of its bones are clearly showing, and it has a very hunched back. Its way of moving is only compared to a gorilla, but smoother and more abnormal. It peeks its head up from the bush a couple times, and I quickly grab my friend and we run the other way as my heart is racing, and tears are streaming down my face and her face. Tears. I don't think I've ever felt that kind of true fear before, and the weirdest and the most uncomfortable thing is that my friend never feels this thing. For a couple of months, I had just brushed it off as if it was some weird dude who had been dressed up and meant to scare people. But a couple of days ago, I unintentionally came across this link on the internet about a creature, the rake. I had never heard of it before, but I'm very sure to this day that it was the rake, even though I couldn't see its face in the early morning darkness. It goes on to say this, it's a very interesting closing argument. Though it says that the rake is completely made up, I don't think it is. I think people accidentally made up an already existing creature. The rake hasn't showed itself to me again, thank goodness. And since that day, I've never walked that shortcut again, not even with friends in the daylight. And have any of you guys experienced anything similar with this creature? So, this story kind of got me lost for a couple because there's this one portion where he mentions a suit, very similar to Slenderman, which I thought was bogus at first. But the story does kind of sound in its own tracks like it's actually more to it in terms of what we're dealing with here. You're dealing with something that clearly has some sort of vibration in its sense that this thing, whether it has a supernatural ability or something that can obviously change abilities and to limit the human mindset or play tricks on us psychosis-wise. Early morning hours, could this guy have seen the rake? Could this guy have not seen the rake? We don't know. He most likely did, but the suit thing can keep people off guard. I still find in many cases like that with the rake, or just in general, something of that mysterious vibe to it, that there is some things that really do get your feet going. The next report of an encountered rake, guy had seen it from feet away. This is his testimony coming from the non-paranormal forums on Reddit. It was last week around 4 a.m. that I had turned off my phone for the night and went to use the toilet one last time. And because of the angle of the neighbor's outdoor light, it's not unusual to see lights shining through the window and even early in the morning due to it being triggered by motion, usually the wind. When I had seen the light coming from the window last week, I didn't think anything of it. For a brief moment, the light was cut off by something, which was slightly less normal. So I was looking over there. The glass to my bathroom window is frosted and prevents anything clear that is being seen without opening it. It was the light briefly, not jumping to conclusions. I had joked myself about how it looked creepy.
Grab me another one. You don't like it?
I just take a little bit of
The
ketchup.
smell of the creature emerged. It became odd, and I became more terrified. I was drinking slightly at the same time. The light also began to move position with the hands towards the open part of the window as everything met. I made eye contact with what I can only call the rake. The light seemed to come from its very dark-skinned overall and very thin build. I began to get very dizzy as I had seen it, almost to the point of passing out. As I tried to regain my focus, the creature moved away from the window at some point, and oddly enough, I never screamed or lunged. I was just confused. I've never seen anything like this before. I'm right next to a wood where there is consistent noises like owls, but I may go and take a look at night sometime. people seem to have a lot of luck with similar looking creatures in the woods at night. A possible other encounter of something mysterious or what? The individual in the bathroom who had seen what appeared to be a creature blocking the light of his neighbors. Let me know what you guys think of that story. Pretty compelling case it sounds. This next report comes from a young man who had believed he was seeing a rake-like creature while leaving work one night. And a rather odd encounter with some hominid creature or even spirit possibly just a few months ago, and I haven't been able to come up with a rational answer to just what I had seen. I suppose I will start with the story. It happened just a few nights when I was biking home from work, and I worked closing shifts for my local Walgreens, so I got off work around 10:30. I live only 40 minutes away by bike from my job, but most of the way home is by a heavily forested trail, which doesn't have a very main trail. It's good I'm going home. 5 minutes into my bike ride going home, I hit the beginning before the streetlights and darkness began, like I always do. I pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight option so I can illuminate my way home. But only a few seconds later, I turn it on and put it up, and the more frozen soul in shock and terror, so I see the tall, skinny, pale-looking figure for a brief second before I felt doors and like the wind was coming into the woods. Shortly after, I started to pedal as fast as I could because I had no clue what I had seen. When I had heard a low screech and whatever it was keeping pace with me was in the woods at a sight. I managed to get out of that area very quickly, and I didn't see or hear anything after I left that heavily wooded area. But a while later on, I had caught the scent of what literally looked like fresh blueberry pancakes and waffles, as if someone was standing out in the field with a hot plate of just plain blueberry waffle pancakes, which didn't make sense to me, as there were no buildings in the area of where that scent was. So I figured perhaps whatever it was I had seen was possibly using scents to try and draw me into those fields and woods. Now, I do know a few areas around the trail that are supposedly haunted. There's a giant here that's not too far from it, and I suppose a haunted water tower in the area as well, and a couple other places.
This is April.
I can't rationalize or debunk it as if it's something else. It's been going to be here because I have talked to people around the area, and no one's seen a deer ever in that area. Saw it was like a hut. Couldn't have been any other wildlife, because all that bad spotted, birds and birds. And I figured I would share the experience. When we hear cases of cryptids somehow using some sort of manipulation or some sort of plan to lead some people to see them, to run into them, in this case, the individual sees this great looking creature that knows may possibly be a group, and then transitions in a different direction, and the result uses an odor to attract this individual in a way of curiosity. And it's a very compelling thing, but, you know, it's just rather strange, in a sense. But I will say this, though. I mean, for what it's worth, like,
No, I like yummy. I like the ketchup. I guess we're just.
You know,
Yes.
you like it? Yep. We post the same stuff. We post the same things that people have seen. But it was something rather spooky. And of course, folks, I'm curious to hear your feedback. But there's one story, though, before we do conclude these encounters, that I think you guys would want to know about. This story from Common Encounters reported about a year ago. My house has always been creepy. Growing up, I've had unexplained experiences starting from the first time I was 4, and never. I live in rural Kentucky. Even counts that solely rely on food.
Don't hurt me easy. If I'm gonna
Thick woods that appear to have not been tampered with in hundreds of years. My house is placed right in the middle of mountains surrounded by an extreme amount of woods, and even a couple
I don't want
paths.
to get prices.
If that gives you the feeling of my home, I don't know what will. This is where the real story begins. Growing up, I was never allowed to watch shows such as Ghost Hunters or even movies such as The Exorcist in the house because of the weird activity which was on. I had experienced at an extremely young age. My mom and I had lived in this house our whole life. However, one night, my family had made an exception and we all watched a documentary about Waverly Hills together. At that age, I still slept in my room with my mom due to me being afraid of sleeping in this house. That night, I woke up at 3 a.m. The feeling that something had watched me. I felt an extremely uneasy feeling. I rolled over to take a look around the room with my eyes locked onto something standing beside my mom. It was extremely tall, but looked as if it had a broken back and couldn't stand up completely. I thought it was slouched over and had extremely pale skin and nose sticking out, and it was huge compared to how long the skin it was. It had long claws hanging from both hands. Its face was sunken in, and the skin moved everywhere. Due to how skinny it was, it had long claws hanging from both hands. Its face was sunken in, and the eyes were completely black holes. A few greasy hairs were visible on its head. It had no covered clothes and no genitals or nipples. I was horrified. I rolled over and covered myself up head to toe with the cover. I had refused to move or look out the rest of the night, even though I was fully awake. Eventually, my mom had finally woke up that morning, and she immediately started complaining that her side was hurting. She raised her shirt to look and found huge claw marks down her side. It was 3 deep wounds which were extremely inflamed and still bleeding. I felt horrible knowing that the thing did to her while I laid in beside her, hidden. A couple months later, I had seen this creature again. Although not as horrible as the first experience, I was woken up to the creature slouched on the floor on my side of the bed. It was watching me sleep. I covered myself up again immediately, but this time got the courage to peek out and found it still looking at me. I'm not sure when it went away because I didn't dare look again. The feeling this creature gave the room was horrifying. I got chills and my hair stood on end before even seeing it the first time. It had the feeling of complete evil to it. Many years later, now that I sleep in my own room, I still live in the same house. My mom still lives in the same room where she witnessed the creature. Almost nightly, she has nightmares about something watching her in her room, and she has nightmares about something hiding in the painting on her wall, or something coming from the ceiling in her room while she sleeps. There's one specific corner of the room where almost every dream seems to originate in. Our cats refuse to stay in that room if the door is shut. If anyone has any information about any folklore, please contact me. So that story is a kind of a hair bigger. You know, we mentioned about earlier psychosis. We mentioned about how these creatures have that ability to somehow kinetically abilitize or to just tune in, basically, to go ahead and to annihilate somebody, harm someone, and also to do further damage. It's incredible what we are looking at in terms of discussion on this rape creature, that at the same time, we often think to ourselves, well, what is it? And how can a thing do such a thing? The eyewitness had mentioned that his mother had had recurring nightmares, and to this day, bad visions and what appears to be a creature in her room, creature in her paintings. These creatures seem to have some sort of ability to manifest our souls, interact with our psyches, and somehow find ways into our psyches, or it could be our imaginations playing a toll on us because of our drawn fascination. Despite the fact that the female eyewitness did not even be an eyewitness and have an encounter, she was asleep when this creature was there, but maybe she was awake when that creature was there and the young boy didn't notice at the time. He had made mention that the place was also haunted too. They live in Kentucky, and as you know, I had done a Kentucky episode earlier. Well, actually, as recent as a couple days ago with one eyewitness, and you know, it was a very interesting thing to talk about because Kentucky's so haunted, and it wouldn't surprise me if this guy had an encounter in Kentucky, and this young man lived in Kentucky and had some weird, mysterious phenomena impact him along the way. So after going basically over a half hour discussing all these encounters, I mean, some encounters might sound vague, some encounters might sound real, some encounters might sound like a bunch of bull crap to some of you. But I want to get your guys' feedback on this. I want to hear what you guys think about this. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section down below about all of these reports I've read for you tonight. Now let's get into our discussion on origins and activity. So what can we say the origin of this creepypasta? You know, there's just so much to really go about, and it's kind of what the spicy beans were for the beginning of this show, and that was my inner frustration with it. You know, folks, I've read so many cases now of people who've seen rape cryptid and reported rapes all seen throughout the world, and I don't know if many can say that it seems to be something continuously following in tradition. It has this mysterious supernatural ability, which has made some believe it's a skinwalker, and personally I'm under the impression it's a skinwalker. And I think it might be just in fact a skinwalker for the sake of it being that you have a creature here that has all the characteristics of a mythological creature, one of which that can shapeshift, one of which that has a very ominous presence to it, has black eyes, and indications of that of the many in the black magic. You'll note that there's a lot of creatures that do have that black eye, that characterization, and in this case, this is kind of that supplement. So it does appear to be something that has characteristics of that, and also, too, a lot of the reports from people who have ran into it. In the one case of the young man who had been riding back from his job and back on his way home, he had that odor of what appeared to be breakfast. And I think for a lot of people who might take a look at that and be kind of questionable about it, well, maybe this creature has that ability, that magic. It could be a relic of something from a different dimension, an interdimensional creature, one of which that has the ability to do so in such way. I mean, I just don't, I feel that maybe this is a creature that is based on old mythology that has been incorporated into an internet sensation with different characteristics, but it's the same creature of that old mythology and just now being seen. But I think in this might be misidentified and that it is indeed a skinwalker rather than it being a rape. Of course, it's the internet. But really, we're never going to change anybody's opinion on that. But even with common mythology, you look at a lot of these images, you look at a lot of these stories of weird creature of being a skinwalker, the ability to change from man to object or to anything in general. But I think it's always appropriate to look at some things that can also change one's mind on something here that may or may not be what we think of. And I mean evidence, or what could possibly be on camera or video. So I want to take a look at some evidence here and some things that we can debunk and take a look at. And one of the things I want to take a look at first is the infamous trail cam image that took place back in 2010, reported of a trail cam capturing a photograph of what appears to be a rape-like creature staring right at it. Now, this photograph has come from various news sources. Has also come from a few other people who have shown it on their podcasts. And there's been really no huge backstory on what it could really be, because a lot of the information is black and it's anonymous. So, in other words, for many people who are trying to get evidence, or at least it appears to be evidence, this isn't what it's supposed to be.
Love you too.
A blog spot called the Skeptic's Booth. And these guys are pretty cool because they're taking a look at a few other
I
pieces of
find her other phone. Put it down.
and clarify a few things. So this entire information goes straight to them, their credits. Feel free to take a look at their blog spot too, folks, because they got some pretty cool stuff. But going back into it, reportedly this image was sent from a Daily Mail, and it was made anonymous. The photograph was reportedly taken in Berwick, Morgan City, Louisiana, and the story goes on to say, and I quote, that the hunter said that he was lying in wait in the pitch black when leading to specter before the site. In the light of the sport, it leapt from the undergrowth and flashed a look at the camera before vanishing back into the bushes. The hunter, who was chosen to remain anonymous, was so frightened, he said he broke the camera but had retrieved the image from its undamaged memory chip. The picture was taken on a reserve, as mentioned, in Berwick, Morgan City, Louisiana. Now, this is the reported incident of what happened. Now, this is what happened.
Girls. Yeah. Wow.
Which is pretty interesting.
Love you too.
Many people began to kind of question if perhaps maybe that this creature was in fact a rake or something, but other people began to kind of question that perhaps this was promotional marketing for the upcoming Amazing Spider-Man movie that was coming out at the time. As mentioned, this photo was taken in 2010, and around this time too, there were auditioning and promotional still frames being put out to the public press for that responded movie. I highly doubt that that was the case because it does not resemble any of the creatures in the Amazing Spider-Man film, or at least the main villain. It looks far from it. But there was a similar creature that appeared in a video game that came out in 2011 called Resistance 3. Now listen to this piece of information because this is where it gets a little hot and juicy. Now reportedly, Resistance 3 has been this big, critically acclaimed game. I have also played it. And there's also a creature that is in this game that is titled Grim. And a lot of the information that was seen to back up between this creature that was in a trail cam and also appeared to have been also marketing for the upcoming game. Now, there isn't really a lot of imagery that can come back and back this up in a sense.
Get down.
Kidding. We do have a source. Now, this is an article that had taken place in December 10th of 2010, almost literally 9 years ago. Take a look at that date, folks. This is the official website source that is giving that this image is in fact an image of a rake or some type of creature, but it's called the Grim in Resistance 3. So this image, for a lot of people out there who have taken a look at this trail cam image and have said that it's real, that it's something of interest, it's not. It's fake. And this piece of imagery confirms it. This website source confirms it. So folks, I do strongly apologize to some who may have been really interested in such imagery, but it isn't the case, unfortunately. And I am also, too, I'm disappointed because this image did spook me out. And even though that I didn't really remember Resistance 3 so much, that would make me kind of wonder with this creature, but now looking back at the information, it makes a lot of sense. So I hate to burst the bubbles of those who went on to say that this is a real image, but unfortunately it's not, and the proof is right here in this video and a link down below to verify. So that confirms this piece of imagery on the rake is some video footage. Now, this next piece of footage here, and I apologize for the clicking in the background, I'm actually currently playing this video and showcasing it simultaneously with me going through the recording, but basically, what we're looking at in this video, too, reportedly has been around since 2011, of what appears to be some sort of sewer creature, some sort of hominid that has glowing eyes and is looking through this catacomb tunnel, and then it moves at certain spots, and then it appears once more, but it's peering its head back and forth, then reveals its body at a certain point, in a sense, and it's just looking at the cameraman or whomever it is, and then it actually begins to showcase its full body, and then just darts back. It's a very freaky piece of video, and whatever this piece of footage is, it's been around on the internet for quite some time. Now, looking up some information about this footage, all appear to have something very ominous. Well, be prepared once more because, once again, this is not really the real case. This is also, too, another video debunked on what it is. I hate to be the bearer of bad news with evidence, but again, folks, to kind of really stress this controversial type of episode tonight, it really has to come down to further explanation. And there will be, again, a link in the description of where you can find the source of all of the information I'm telling you guys right now to verify it 100%. So the video has been debated to be, of course, a infamous April Fool's story. The original video had taken place at the Victorian sewer of a Victorian sweller located in the Northwest Water Company of United Utilities. Now, interestingly enough, this video is actually an April Fool's Day video, and this is the following information to go, and I quote, "The story of the clever camera and video trickery featured a fictitious character called Messi, said to be lurking in the Merseyside's sewers. United Utilities, which was behind the stunt, had received more than 60 calls from customers falling for the gag. The websites of both Echo and the United Utilities have also received thousands of hits with people wishing to view the grainy footage of the so-called monster. The hoax was all a part of the water company's What Not to Flush marketing campaign, which uses school visits, advertising, and planned rehearsal stunts to encourage customers to think before they flush." Now, I hate to be the bearer of bad news again to such an infamous piece, but, you know, again, between the two pieces of footage and what appeared to have been evidence, a lot of people over the years have claimed it to be something else. And I mean, really, I don't think with these pieces of information that we're looking at here that it's going to go off and skyrocket and say, oh, well, this is indeed true, or this is indeed the right thing. It's a bunch of bull. It's a hoax. And unfortunately, for some have been tricked into it, and those who believe it's real, the pieces of information, people of the original sources, this is a lie. Now, there is another piece of video footage that has kind of caught my attention as well, and I had found it on the internet. Unfortunately, the original content poster of that video has had its account terminated, but the story of this piece of footage is pretty interesting because it appears to be a bunch of guys in a field and they see this creature, and it just seems to just cross the road crawling, but stares at them for a brief second. Now, I don't know a whole lot about this piece of footage because when I was doing the research for this episode, I really didn't know too much about a lot of the stories of the rake or video pieces of footage that would be at least translucent to use that would be relevant. But I still look at it and I think to myself about this piece of footage. But to make a long story short, this piece of footage is pretty compelling, but also, too, it seems to be quite unknown. For all we know, it could actually just be another animal on the skeptical side of things, but it's just rather strange that their account has been terminated, that the original poster's video cannot really be found. I found this from another YouTube channel, a very popular one, so I'll leave a link down below. Credit goes to that individual, but I just find it kind of strange that that account's terminated. But, I mean, it really does make you wonder, what are people seeing? Now, apparently, this was a reported Kaneki, the Tokyo ghoul, which, of course, for some in the Japan mythology, would be known as that version of a rake or maybe a skinwalker, as this had taken place in Tokyo. So there is a lot of interesting things about this video. What do you guys think about it? It's pretty interesting, but at the same time, I mean, we don't know for sure. I mean, really, there's just too much to go on about it and things that would really stand out in a sense. But then I want to talk about another piece of footage, and these next pieces of video have been around for ages, as early as 2006 and 2009, involving a bunch of people in the woods somewhere in believed to be South America, probably Mexico, or somewhere in the deeper heartlands of South America, such as Brazil, and people are in the woods and they see this creature laying far back somewhere, or what appears to be a naked man. When they go to call this creature's name or whatever it is, it turns its head and it glows its eyes. You can see light illumination coming from that. Going back on some of the research history on this video too, I couldn't really find much. It appears that there seems to be another classified video on Origin just appearing on some sort of crypto form. But it is something of interest too, because this video has been around for ages and people do believe it is a rake. People are under the impression it could be a skinwalker. It looks to be a skinwalker. The creepy thing about this video, though, it appears that when the eyes reflect and it's illuminating, it just catches me off guard. I really do not know what to say to it, but it's just truly astonishing, but also pretty damn creepy, if you ask me. So now I want to present another video. This video I actually had discussed on my live stream a while back. This is a video of what appears to be a creature stalking a moose. Now this was taken in 2018, summer of last year, and it appears to be something just stalking this moose. Now there's something really interesting about this video is the fact that this specimen in it, you can't really see its face because of the pixelation, but as this video shows, you appear to see something just stalking it for a brief second and it's observing it. Now, I don't really know too much about moose, but I'm pretty sure that if they had felt a presence of something else in the background, that they would be on alert. And it clearly in this video, it doesn't look like this moose knows about the creature, not at least what it appears to be. And for all we know, maybe this creature was able to use some sort of mysterious or kinetic infrasound or some sort of ability to where its presence could be cloaked. But as you can see, there is something in the video, but it's one of those pieces that just truly stands out again because we don't know what it is. And for all we know, it could just be the work of what appears to be a forest demon or something along those margins. We do see what appears to be a white-gray margin and base, but it was just a pretty odd video, one of which that's always stood out to me. And I think with this piece of footage, it's just another thing to look at and take a look in the books and observe for future reference. It's just a pretty compelling case. Now, the next piece is a very infamous piece. This is a piece that I wanted to look at, save the best for last, something I think would be one of which a lot of you like, and that is the video of the infamous rake in the backyard. Now, this video comes from an individual by the name of Richard Griebnick. I've probably said his name wrong, and my dearest apologies. Now, this guy had posted a video in 2017 of what appears to be a creature in his backyard. Now, this video has often been said to be reported that it's a rake because of its presence and how it looks pretty white. I think because of the lights and also the webbing of the window or the screen of the door, it kind of makes it look like it is something white or ghoulish. But also, too, there are some certain parts in this video that truly do kind of set off a very creepy presence. For one, it looks like this creature is crouched in the entire time that it is actually staring at this guy. There's a brief second where it appears to get up, and it looks like it's hunched over, and then it kneels back down again. Because of the webbing of the door or the window of where the iPad, as mentioned, is presented, it does look like it kind of is just forcing or shapeshifting or morphing. And I think that's kind of something that catches some people off guard when they view this video at first because of how this illusion, almost like a bokeh in photography, could easily just off something of a smudge or what appears to be more than you can expect in such imagery. Now, as for the person himself, there seems to be not a lot of things that would give the vibes that it's a hoax. I mean, this footage has always kind of made me kind of think about it there and there, because when I look at it, I just see something that truly is just freaky, because it does look kind of like it could be a rake, but at the same time, it does look like someone who is just naked and is in the backyard and posing. Now, what's creepy about this is that there are a few instances where this creature appears to get really close to the door. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't seem to do anything or want to do nothing. It just seems to be observing whomever it's watching. And the individual, this Richard guy, is just trying his best to get rid of it. And he speaks to another individual, a pastor, and they start going in tongue of some prayer. And by the end of this video, basically, it appears like the creature kind of just backs off, and it appears to be just walking away in the far distance following this. Now, many have kind of claimed, including myself, that perhaps maybe the use of prayer and the speaking and the talking in the tongue of using the Lord's name has often been a result of those who could have a communication ground and try to, of course, take care of whomever in the situation with this creature, in this case, provoking it and scaring it off with the use of prayer, which has kind of led me to believe that this creature could perhaps be a supernatural demon, and perhaps maybe this is a demon or a shapeshifter, one of which that is trying to underhome something. Because there is a brief second before this prayer where this creature is just simply, you can see it now, where it just is looking around, confused, looks like it's about to come in, get closer to this guy's backyard, and then proceeds to kind of do something really strange in a formal dance position, as if talking in tongue is kind of sabotaging this creature of the prayer. And it's warning it off, almost as if it's being shot not to be goofy with invisible bullets. But it warns off and walks off into the distance, which has kind of made me wonder if this is not a legitimate video because of just how it walks off in the far black rainy distance. You can see it walk casually instead of using its weird type of presence it delivered throughout that entire video. But overall, though, is basically the majority of the videos of what we've observed here tonight and evidence of the rake. Let me know what you guys think. I know it sucks that a few of these videos have appeared to be fake, or at least evidence-wise, but at least for the majority in the long run, there is some clarification behind it that, of course, we can move on and press with down the road. Now, in my final conclusion, in my final arguments on such creature, I do believe that there is a creature out there by the name of what could be taken of the name of the rake, but is a skinwalker or something more, and is out there and causing this type of encounters with people and people seeing it from weird grainy distances and so on and so forth. I really do not know too much to say about it in a way to go on and say that for sure, but there is something of interest and there is something that really is out there that could be, and people are seeing it. Is it a demon? Is it something supernatural? It very well could be, but at the same time, we don't know for sure. And if you haven't seen a disclaimer at the beginning of the video, even though that this video does present me with a lot of skepticism, please think of it in a sense with, what's the big possibility of what it is? It's the ultimate what if. But I do believe it's a skinwalker. I don't believe it to be anything more than skinwalker. But leave this video with an open mind, thinking, okay, maybe there are these type of rake creatures, that they're skinwalkers, and of course, what it's known to be before, mix up my words, is just a regular internet meme. But there is a such thing as this creature in a different formation, that being a skinwalker, and is the right terminology. But that's just me. Maybe that could be you. Maybe it could be you disagree with that and think of something different. But overall, folks, let me know what you guys think of the infamous rake creature. Now, a few things before we conclude the show tonight. I want to thank you all again for tuning into this live show, or this premiere show. And this will be a Tuesday broadcast, and now it'll be a live show on the weekend. And then next week will be our October 31st show. I'm kind of giving you guys a small break from my content, but it's also in preparation for our 13-hour extravaganza, and I cannot wait to be discussing it, showcasing it, and everything all around it, because, folks, I'm excited to be doing this show. And it's going to be great to be and Jason and doing this Halloween show. I know that a lot of people are also doing some Halloween shows, but this is going to be my Halloween show, the 13-hour Dogman experience, whether you're here for the first 7 hours to listen to the compilation of what people from Lisa Lankin to Ricardo Sanchez to Brian Seach to Jody Cook, what they've all had to say about Dogman. And then we transition into a new interview with Lisa, and then we do a documentary show on the South Yorkshire Dogman, and then to top off the icing with the cake, we speak with Vic Cundiff. And for everybody who witnessed the experience but are just ready and tired to go to bed, we have some Beyond the Bonfire stories for you. I know you guys will like them, and it's all Dogman related. It's going to be Dogman on our show this Halloween. I know you guys are going to like it, and I hope you guys enjoy it. But besides that, though, folks, If you would like to get in contact with me, you can reach me at this email, thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. A link is now presented on screen, as well as also down in the description. We also have another little source for you guys. If you guys would like to meet me or interact with me, we have a couple of social media links. We have a Dogman research group on Facebook. This research group is dedicated to, of course, the Dogman Cryptid and Dogman only. Folks, if you guys are willing to join a group and be interested, it'd be great to see you guys come and take a look at the Dogman research group. We are posting new updates every day. And same thing for the Venomous Fringe group. We want to try to get a lot of members in this group too, because folks, I have almost about close, I have 11,000 of you guys, and I know a lot of you guys probably don't watch my content as much anymore, and I understand why. I get it, but personally, you know, the idea is that if you want to join something and be a part of something big here, this is a good way to, of course, interact and be a part of a community where you have the same beliefs and the same interests, and it's like, okay, I'm not alone in what I study, and that other people believe me and form a bond, you know? And I've been stressing about having these groups made big because, you know, I see a lot of other content creators getting their groups up and no problem. But I mean, for me, I just think it would be right as well. I mean, folks, if you love the show, if you're loyal to the show and you want to interact with me and be a part of something big, take a look at these groups, please. I'm not asking for much. It's not money. It's not anything. I'm asking you a simple favor. Take a look at them, join them, be a part of something big. I can't stress it out long enough, and I guess I will keep stressing it, I guess. But anyways, besides that, though, we have a Discord where you can also engage with me socially. Not really use it as much as relevance-wise, but I also think it has a lot to do with the fact of how social media, in a sense, has taken more of the priorities, and Discord's mostly useful in a gaming stance. But we also have that link as well. And with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you Saturday evening with another episode of The Venomous Fringe. I'm Chris Fringe. You all have a great evening.
Wow, all right, y'all. Bro, that Venomous Fringe is something else, ain't they? My God, they've got a good show there. Yeah, I can have it on the live there tomorrow for you. Fox, I ain't got no problem with it at all. Yeah, Venomous Fringe good. And one of the things I like is they go in there and they investigate something and they call a ball, and they call a stripe. I hate the people be faking stuff sometimes and make it look bad because somebody do get the real deal and people look at it, they must be for hoaxing it. Real evidence, and people don't want to pay no attention. All righty. Y'all up for another all righty. Well, I'll check them out there a little bit when I shut the stream down, Fox. We'll sit there and check them out, and tomorrow I'll have part 1 and part 2 up there for you. I'll definitely play them for you there tomorrow. Hey, shit, if I was there, I'd help you with it, Vale. Ooh, bro, ain't she hiding her hair, Ron? Ooh, he come in for a minute and left. Hope Ron's okay. The rake might have got him, by God. Okay. All right, I guess we'll play part 2 of Venomous Fringe. So I give people a chance. They need to use the bathroom or grab a bite to eat or something. Take it easy there, Vale. Hope you'll come back soon. I'm thinking about playing another Venomous Fringe. Give everybody a few minutes to get to the bathroom or get something to eat or whatever, or get something to drink. No, I need to get my sleep caught up with, by God. All right. There we go. There you go, Vale. So you'll be free all night. See? We can do it all night long. You come back, you won't. We can sit there and play some of your play one of your videos. All right. Well, hope you come back here pretty quick, Flem. And all right, Bill. We took a little break. Then go back to where we was at. Let's go back to Venomous Friends. There we go. That'll fix JBD. Ooh. That was wrong. There go videos. I'm gonna start one up. I'm gonna run downstairs to grab something to eat. Mm-hmm. All right, there you go. Yeah, I've heard of dog been around in Texas too.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, he is. Ron's a good guy, bro. He really is. Him and Chris both. Alrighty. This one here's a couple killed by the dog man by the Venomous Friends.
I'm guessing you're not from these parts. We just.
If y'all would hit that share button, please.
Agencies have been seeing mysterious upright canine creatures that they cannot describe. It has left many mystery into the world. It is unknown what lurks around these creatures. With sketches, drawings, and thousands of accounts, the mystery is. Join us as we talk about Dogman, the most terrifying cryptid in the world. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the 10 Tales of Dogman. Before we get started with the show tonight, I want to thank everybody who has liked and subscribed and has enjoyed the show's content. We are only 4 more episodes after this until we complete the mini-series, but until then, though, stay tuned to the YouTube because we have a lot of content coming your way with Dogman and other mysterious phenomenon related. So, of course, folks, thank you again for tuning into the 10 Tales. Tonight's episode, along with next week's episode, is a 2-parter, so enjoy. We have a special guest here. You've known her from Dogman Encounters to the Confessionals. Her name is Lisa. You know her popular for episode 72 and so on and so forth.
one of the best, if not interesting, eyewitnesses with Dogman activity and in general. Lisa, how are you? Thank you for coming on to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You know, Lisa, we've spoken dozens, if not millions of times about this subject, and it's crazy. I mean, it's almost as if it's like, a recurring thing. It's like a part of you, I mean, in a way. I mean, I don't know how you would take kind to that, but, I mean, before we even get into the whole discussion, I mean, you've had so many encounters left and right. I mean, how does it feel, like, in a way, to, like, kind of have this go on with you activity-wise? I mean, do you feel it's like interesting, or do you feel it's like a little scary? I mean, it's understandable if it's scary. I would be scared myself, but I mean, just in general, I mean, how is it with this? You have so many stories, so many encounters. I mean, how is it? Do you keep up with life with all this stuff going on?
Well, I mean, it's been kind of a journey. I mean, for a long time before I even started talking about my encounters, I really kind of felt scared a lot. And then when I began to kind of realize through my own research first about Bigfoot, the more I would look at eyewitness accounts and hear people's stories and just study the subject, I'd have memories. So it would trigger memories for a while, and then I came across Dogman Encounters probably about 3 years ago when the show was still relatively new, and at first I thought it was absolutely ridiculous, but then I was curious and I started to listen, and as I began to listen, I began to realize that not everything I had seen was a Sasquatch, and I really wanted to touch base with somebody about my experiences, but I was really afraid of ridicule, which I think most people are afraid of. And I was still trying to figure out why I had so many encounters, and it's not constant. So it's not like every day I wake up and there's a dogman outside. It doesn't work that way. There's been phases and stages in life when when I've had activity, and then there's been times when it's been really quiet. So I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it's more of an acceptance. I have to live with it. I don't feel a sense of self-pity, but I also don't feel, I don't know. It's more like this has become my normal. Sometimes I really don't even want to talk about it. Let's put it that way. Like I've met with people and actually have sat down in people's kitchens talking about this subject, and there's been times when I've looked at that person, I've been like, can we talk about something else? Only because the reality of it, when I really think about it, is this is very disturbing. That's probably the best way I can put it. It's disturbing. However, being able to talk to other people about it who are having encounters and just researching it and being a part of the community is therapeutic. I don't like hearing them at night. I mean, that does happen. This past weekend, I heard a thud against the house, and that could have been something. But after my adventures a few weeks ago, where just down the street from my house, I mean, there was just this incredible, rush of activity. I think it was either by Monday night or Tuesday night, there was definitely something on my roof. So I woke up about 4:30 and heard something moving around kind of right above where I was sleeping, and then I heard it walk across the roof and jump off. And when I went outside, my grass was still really high and had been cut. I found footprints and I found body impressions, and I went into one area where I know they come up from the river bottoms through my neighborhood into a canal that runs through my backyard, and there was a very strong animal smell and more prints. And so that was disturbing. So in a moment like that, like I just actually sat down on my back steps and was just kind of staring at everything, but it was almost like I kind of was just lost in space for a little bit. You know, I just kind of zoned out. And the reality of it can be so heavy sometimes that it's overwhelming. And so I had other things I had to do, and I knew I couldn't spend a lot of time in that headspace, but it does come up. So I kind of just had to allow myself to kind of feel freaked out, and like I normally do, and just kind of process, okay, there was definitely something here last night, and it left a lot of evidence behind. Okay, now I have to go shopping, or I have to pick up my kids from school or whatever. So it's this weird duality of what we would consider normal life, everyday, day-to-day life. But this is also thrown in. So this is a part of my normal life too. So that's really the only way I can describe it. It has been stages since day one of coming out to Vic, kind of who, to me, he's a really good guy, and he's become a friend. And when I first talked with Vic, he just stayed on the phone with me for about 7 hours, just helping me process the encounters I had before even going on the air, which helped. But it left me with feelings of feeling really ill and really out of it. And I actually had nightmares for a few months because I relived the encounters, okay, something was here last night. It left behind tracks. Oh, well, I have to go pick up a tuxedo for my son because he's got prom. So dealing with both things, there's been the acceptance of, this is a part of my reality. And it's been going on for about 40 years off and on. So I don't expect it to change anytime soon.
Well, you know what? I mean, coming from me personally, speaking to you various times, been both present and, of course, in the past, you're probably one of the most interesting eyewitnesses of dogman activity ever, to be honest with you. You have so much going on, and it's crazy how you've had this connection with them and how it's kind of escalated to where now they've shown kind of different ropes with you in a way, with what is the possibilities of what they're trying to do. But you mentioned that one of them was on your roof, or what you believed was something on your roof. Now, has that activity been like something lately that's just brand new? Like, what about the new activity? Like, let's start there, and then let's try to work our way back into some of the other stories. But like, I'm curious about the new activity, because you mentioned about the roof thing. Now, what else is going on besides mysterious creatures going on the roof, or in general just them basically following you, whatever the case may be? Like, what else is going on?
Okay. Well, so down the street from my house is a park. Very large park too. It basically wraps around the east side of town, going to the northwest, and it's right near the river. And I've gone down there a few times on my own, and I never go too far into the park because I normally just start getting this really eerie feeling at a certain point, because like I'm being watched or followed or stalked. And so I've just always felt like it's never been a good idea to go down there alone. But oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start with the new activity, but I've just had some really strange stuff happen, I guess, within the last month. And I don't really know what's connected and what's not connected, but it's all pretty weird. And I think the first thing that I noticed was a friend of mine on Facebook. She has, I don't really know why she does this, but she loves to share about missing people. And so she'll do this she'll do this almost on a constant basis. I can understand kids, and I normally am very inclined to share information if it's a child, because if it was one of my kids, I mean, I can imagine what that'd be like. But she shared about this young man who disappeared in the park down the street. And I'm literally, I can't be any more than 3 to 5 miles from this park. And it's like a 5-minute drive, from my house. And there's been no trace. As far as I know, up to date, he disappeared on April 22nd. There's been no trace of this guy. They're finding nothing. So I thought that was very alarming, considering that I have found prints in that area. Also, really strange stick formations, like teepee formations and everything, and tree breaks and twists, which, as far as we know, is just attributed to Sasquatch. However, I am hearing some theories now that dogmen perhaps do these things too. So I started thinking about, the missing 411 thing that David Blaze is famous for. I started thinking, okay, there's definitely something living in that park. And as far as I know, it got extensive with they were searching with hounds, they were searching on horseback, they dragged the river, and as far as I know, they still haven't found anything. Now, they're saying that this man was suffering from depression, and it's very possible that he may have taken his own life. I mean, but still, there's been no trace. So there was that. I also was approached by a very strange person through Facebook claiming to be a lichen, and he didn't know anything about my page, as far as I know. But there were some very strange things with that. And in fact, I actually went ahead and FaceTimed him, and there were some very strange things that I really can't explain with his eyes. Did something very weird. They kind of looked red for a moment, just like a canine, quite honestly, and then they went normal. But as I was having this conversation with this guy, I was like, okay, this guy's a junkie. He was missing teeth. He was kind of out of it. Just still really strange and predatory, but I kind of muscled my way through the conversation with him until he had to go. But even there were other people in the room that he kept referring to as his family, and that was just really odd. Like, I got a very odd feeling from the whole conversation, the whole experience. But once it was done, I just went ahead and deleted and blocked him because I didn't really know what was going on with that. Then I had talked to a friend that you also know of who said that she had the same experience but with a different individual, which was also very strange, claiming the same thing. Only I think that the gentleman she was speaking to claimed to be a werewolf, and that was also very strange. So it was kind of in the height of all of this, and I had been contacted by this man who wants to remain anonymous, so we'll refer to him as the man from Texas, who contacted me like several months ago about, I first ran the idea of going on an expedition to the LBL, and he contacted me months ago and said, hey, will you give me, let me know when that's going to happen because I'm interested. And of course I told him that was fine. And then about 2 months ago, he contacted me kind of urgently, and he said that he really wanted to come out and meet with me and learn everything that he could about dogmen. And I asked him why, and he said, well, a buddy of mine says that, that this woman in Texas was murdered or killed by something. And the authorities were saying that she was like torn apart by wild dogs. And I didn't know all the details other than he said that before that happened, this lady had gotten in contact with his friend saying that she had dogmen on her property and he went to go investigate, and sure enough, saw them for himself and was literally chased off her property by them. And then the authorities found the woman dead a week later. So the man from Texas got in touch with me, and he said, we are trying to figure out if these things can be killed or not, and what that would imply, because he went against his better judgment, thinking, I should have just gone ahead and killed these things, and I didn't. And the lady ended up dying, so he felt partly responsible, and contacted the man from Texas and said, do you think that that's a possibility? I know that you've been researching this. Do you think that these things can be killed? And at first I was very uncomfortable about the idea, because I do know, just from my own research, that they seem to be vengeful. if you hurt one, they seem to want to come after you. So I told him that was a bad idea, and he said, I understand that, and I'm not trying to start trouble, but I really I want to learn everything I can. And so he came out, very, very brilliant guy, very smart guy, very down to earth, and we went into the park that's down the street from my house with this man who gone missing, and sure enough, they had posters up for him. We found horse tracks, we found dog tracks, obviously, people on horseback looking for this man, no trace. But what we also stumbled across was very, very large canine prints, measuring, the largest one measured about 6 inches long by 4 inches in width. But the very odd thing about, two odd things about where we found them. One, we found this very long trail. Actually, it looked like a logging road that ran through the river bottoms, littered with these very large canine tracks, but also what appeared to be Sasquatch tracks, which is very strange. But we also found a torn up campsite, and there were 2 very distinct canine prints that were just slightly smaller, about 5 inches by 4 feet in width. They were about 25 feet from this camp, and whoever had this, it was nice equipment. It was the very expensive socks that you find in camping stores. They had everything, nice thermal sleeping bag. They left everything behind, clothes, the warming, the hand warmers, everything was just littered around the site, and the tent itself was torn up. But on closer investigation, looking into the tent, we found a flip-flop, and it was like a purple flip-flop with butterflies and flowers on it, so we knew that there was at least a female. And we don't know if it was connected to the guy that went missing or not, but whoever left all that in a hurry, and there seemed to be no trace of that person, and they didn't take anything. So that was pretty eerie. We also noticed, feelings of being watched in parts of the forest where there was like a large vacuum of sound, no birds, or they'd all be like way deeper in the forest or way on the other side close to the river. And so we just kind of, spent some time doing some exploration, and I also took him into a few areas where I had sightings before, and where I had taken pictures and caught dogmen on film. And we did come across what we think was a Sasquatch. We were doing some spotlighting, and definitely saw something. But just judging from the eye shine and the shape of the eyes, it looked more humanoid and not canine. So, however, it led up to my visitor coming that following day, or not following day. Well, I think like a day or two after the weekend. So it was really strange. But I have a bad habit of waking up usually between 1:30 and 3:30. And so I think I was already awake about maybe 3:30, and I couldn't sleep, and I was laying in bed. But just having that sensation of a presence, which will happen sometimes with these guys, and then as soon as dawn was breaking, it just got up and left. So I don't know how long it was there for or why. And that's something that I've really run it across a lot of people. And the biggest thing that I keep thinking is that if this thing is really huge and dangerous, like most of us know that they are, for one to kill me, I just feel like it would have done it. If one to come in the house and kill me and my kids, nothing's going to stop it, But it hasn't happened. It's just more like it's hanging out, and for whatever reason. And so when I first moved in here a year ago, like 3 days in, I had activity. I had tree snaps. I had eye shine. I've had 3 trees broken in my yard. In fact, if you remember, I sent you the video of one right after it happened. And so occasionally I'm finding prints, but it seems, spring again, and it seems like within the last week I have found some prints. Some of them honestly look like Sasquatch prints, and some of them don't. Some of them look canine. And so I don't really know what my visitor is. I haven't had a clear feeling. A lot of people have asked me to put up cameras, which I'm on the fence about, only because, well, I mean, there's a part of me that doesn't want to see it, I just feel like it would just be more disturbing to actually see what's coming up through my yard and hanging out. But I may do that. I think I'm kind of at the point where I'm more willing to. My youngest daughter, it does not feel comfortable going in the backyard instinctually. She doesn't want to play back there. And so she's outside, she's in the front. My older children are aware of it. My son says that, for a while it's been quiet, but he said that he got so used to being growled at night that he would just kind of wake up and he'd hear it right outside the window growling, and he would just roll over and go back to sleep. And my girls have told me that there's been a few times when they've heard something walking around on the roof at night as well. So, and then there's weeks of nothing, so it just varies. I mean, like I said, it's not constant, or at least there may be weeks where we're just not noticing it. But I will go outside sometimes and notice strange smells, and my kids will too. Hopefully this is answering your question, because I don't know if I just went off on a rabbit trail or not. But it's terrible to say, but the truth is, you get used to it. They're not breaking my trees anymore, which is kind of interesting, because I actually stood out in the backyard and after the last one, and I said very politely but firmly, I said, "Can you guys please stop breaking my trees?" And nothing's been broken since. So that was interesting. So I don't know. It does seem like there's been like a huge amp up. But I had it suggested to me that perhaps, they may recently be coming to visit me because I more or less went down there to the park and visited them, so to speak. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully that answers that question.
Oh, it does. It does. And that's why I wanted to let you know, just take time and go out and say what you had to say. Because, you brought up a couple interesting things between the sightings that your children have had, or at least the mysterious things that your children have witnessed, at least. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, you mentioned going back into the missing person. Now, that missing person, he's never been found since, has he?
No, they're still looking as far as I know. They have not found anything. The only thing that happened was his cell phone got mailed to his girlfriend, but they don't know who did it. They don't know if somebody happened to find it and, checked it out and found the address and sent it, or if it was him. Nobody knows. But there's been absolutely no trace whatsoever. That's
something. That's it's mysterious when people go missing, and then it happens to be coincidental that they're in an area where there is activity. Maybe to you, maybe to us, it's coincidental, but to them it's not. But I just find it interesting how it's like not too far from where you're at. And now, also on top of that, do you believe personally that he was attacked by one of these things, or captured by one, and probably, or just missing in general?
I don't know. For me, it's like, normally when they say that somebody's gone missing, you get that, feeling of dread in the pit of your stomach anyway of, okay, that guy's gone. It's, it's a possibility. As far as whether or not he was killed, I think if he was killed, there's a couple of possibilities for that. I mean, either he was killed and taken somewhere else, perhaps eaten, I don't know. But if we're dealing with something that is more animal, you figure he'd be torn up and his remains to be found, right?
Correct.
Or if we're dealing with something that is intelligent enough to know that if there's a trace left behind that it could lead to them, then that would mean that they would have to be smart enough to find a way to make sure he's never found. So I don't know. It's all eerie. And it is disturbing, and it was definitely something that was in, the back of my head when we were there, because there was a few times that the man from Texas and I were separated, not very far from each other, but that's normally a missing 411 scenario. A person is like 25 feet ahead of you, and you never see him again. So, and in that scenario, there was one point when I was by myself and I saw what kind of looked like a nest. I mean, it was just a bunch of saplings kind of formed together. And the last time I'd been to the park alone, I thought I saw a very large, dark shadow, at least in that. And on that day that we were down there, we spent 2 days off and on in the park, but I think it was Saturday, I noticed a lot of light. And so whatever was dark and in there possibly was not there. So I was trying to go investigate it a little bit more, but I did notice that when I was doing that, there were absolutely no birds. No birds around me, no animals moving, nothing. And that was when I noticed all the birds on the other side of the river. Well, actually it was more like the other side of the greenway in the trees right by the river. So yeah, I do think that anything's possible at this point. Either the guy, they found his car in the park. Okay, so either he parked his car there and wandered off and went someplace else to start a new life, or he committed suicide, but they still haven't found anything, or he disappeared under very mysterious circumstances. Maybe this, maybe not.
Wow, and you know what? That's a strong possibility too. I mean, we hear missing 411 cases. We hear about missing people all the time that go missing into the woods, but it could mean anything. It's unknown because we're not in their position. We don't know what's going on with them mentally and physically.
Right.
Now, you've also mentioned about this interesting case where it was on this property where this woman was brutally mutilated and killed. Now, you mentioned that there was a guy that went onto this property a week prior before this killing, and there was these creatures that chased him out of the front lawn. I mean, what was the case scenario with that? Like, was there any follow-up investigation, or was there any case, like, was there a belief that she was killed by a wild pack of dogs as a cover-up and was really killed by a dog man?
I talked to the man myself, and what he told me was that, the authorities said that she was killed by a pack of wild dogs, but he told me that her husband had died the same way. So, and of course that's normally what the authorities are going to say. Is that a possibility? Yes. I mean, we do know that dogs turn feral and dogs can, they can kill people, obviously. But what he had related to the man from Texas who told me the story was that he went out to investigate, and that he was in her barn because apparently there was one very large individual that had two smaller individuals with it, dogmen, right? And that they would sometimes sleep in her barn. So he was looking around in the barn, and he was all the way through to like the back end that I guess faced like a wooded area, and he looked through and saw this very large male, and they basically were looking at each other eye to eye through this crack, and the man was very scared and ran out into the yard, and that's when he noticed that it was indeed a very large male, and two small ones were with it, and they basically chased him off the property. And so I guess, yeah, I don't know how he found out the woman died. I don't have that information, but I believe it wasn't very, very much longer that they found her dead. So like within a week they found her dead. And the man from Texas told me that they felt like they felt like it was because, the eyewitness didn't kill these things, and he had brought it up to the woman. And I think that she was afraid that there would be dire consequences if he tried killing the dogman. So he didn't, he didn't go back. He got chased off the property, and then they found out somehow that this woman was killed. But, he also related to me that he later found out somehow that her husband was killed the same way. And I don't know how much longer, or, how much time had passed between his death and hers.
That's a pretty scary case, because the big thing with me, and this is something that kind of leaves me a little speechless sometimes, is because there's this whole connection of things that they either do something, and as you said, consequence that will result in a major catastrophic tragedy. In this case, both the husband and the wife were killed separately, depending on what the timeline of frame was when the husband died and then to when she passed away. But there's no question. Now, would you by any chance know, was this like a young couple or an older couple?
They're older.
Okay. So, I mean, in my opinion, it may have been just the fact of something must have sprung up in that area that resulted in these creatures killing these two this couple, because it just doesn't. It sounds like so odd how this would happen and escalate the way it did.
I had somebody suggest to me that perhaps, something may have happened with the husband first, right? Like the husband noticing that these things were on the property, and maybe he was trying to kill them or poison them, or, we've heard of stories like this before. This is kind of like usually the first reaction type thing. Okay, I've got him on my property, I want him off, let me see if I can kill him, right? So this other researcher who's basically really approaching dogman from a very scientific standpoint said, okay, so perhaps the husband, knowing that these things were there, was trying to take matters into his own hands, and as a result, especially if he hurt one, as a result, they were like, okay, well, he hurt one of our own, so let's go and hurt him. And then may have had them riled up to a certain point, and maybe they were just leaving the woman alone. But as soon as this stranger came and started snooping around, it may have been a retaliation on this pack's part to murder her too. So, which is a scary notion when you think about it. But it's also not the first time that I've talked to people and I've heard them say that there seems to be a sense of vengeance with dogmen. So, it's really strange when you think about it. But that would be definitely getting into maybe the whole, in a sense, maybe the supernatural vibe, but also just this highly intelligent vibe to them, or fact to them, that they are definitely more than animal. So it's just strange all the way around.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was going to be retaliation. I thought of retaliation instantly when this case picked up, because there's no other way why they would just randomly kill this couple without reason. And it sounds to me like it may have been retaliation for the fact that he may have tried to poison them, may have tried to do harm to them. I mean, this is multiple times, except that it hasn't escalated to a death. Now, I wanted to ask you this, now that we're on the par of discussion of dogman killings. Has there been any other dogman killings that you have known of or have seen, like one that stands out? Because I believe that these creatures have killed people. It's just that, and there's very little information. Like, for example, okay, let me fix the question up here. How about, you mentioned LBL. What is your initial take on the LBL incident, the infamous legend of the fact of this LBL beast killing this family in a camper?
All I have to go on is theory. I really do. And part of the reason why I have this theory is based on what we heard about Taylor, Mississippi, about how there's a family living there side by side with Dogman for about a decade until they went into a part of the woods that they weren't supposed to, and then, everything went down, and Dogman got pissed, and humans got pissed, and then there's kind of like this war back and forth. But I really have often kind of wondered, if we're dealing with different things. Like, okay, so we probably have Dogman, which is a creature that is always like that, doesn't change, nothing like that. And there's probably different variations and there's different types. And if that's a possibility, because this is all that we know, like based on eyewitness accounts, and even I myself have seen different kinds. I can think of at least 3 different kinds. I've seen what we think is a type 3, which is almost more Sasquatch-like, but still having, some dog-like aspects to it. 2 different canine types. Actually, maybe, no, 2 different types of canines I can think of. One is, kind of smaller and almost bear-looking in some ways, and then this huge, what I would call a lichen, very huge, muscle-bound, tall individual definitely with a wolf-looking head square on top of his body. The snout, the ears, the eyes, everything, and the teeth, definitely kind of almost like a werewolf. But then there's different variations, and so, and I've heard of so many different variations. I've heard of soldier types. I've heard of ones that are almost more leathery, in appearance, and kind of less hair, but really aggressive. Something called a face eater, that I don't really even know the whole story behind that, other than they seem to enjoy killing. But it's like, if you have these different variations, then it really depends on what was out there. If this is a true story, what was looking around when they happened to be out there, and why? And it's like I really try to accept kind of all views. And I also really do wonder about if there's validity to, for any reason, a human turning into a wolf. This is something that we've heard too. It's this legend. It's in every culture, but even with skinwalkers, I do know investigators that are working in the Four Corners that have seen skinwalkers. So there's some truth to that. So with the LBL, it obviously was something that didn't care if it was leaving traces behind. Was killing maybe for the joy of killing. Did horrible things to these people. But I almost feel like if it was what we would maybe assume to be a normal Dogman, that if it was going to kill, I don't think it would have left anything behind. That's just my opinion. I can't prove that. It just would seem like it would just be more of an efficient killer, and I'm smart enough to know that, there's going to be a bunch of men in my woods looking for me if I leave any traces behind. Well, it just seems like whatever killed these people didn't care. Almost like it wanted people to know that, yeah, I did this, and I want to inflict fear and horror. And so that almost seems like we're dealing with something like 2 different elements. Maybe from the same source, but then again, I don't know. We know with domestic dogs that some dogs will kill because they enjoy it. They're a predator. And sometimes, they might get into a chicken coop and tear up chickens and just leave it. Or there's going to be a dog that's smart enough to go, you know what, I'm going to get in trouble with my master, so I'm going to steal this rooster and I'm going to drag it off somewhere, and I'm going to make sure nobody knows that I did it. So, I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yeah, no, it's a good analogy, a good theory. I mean, listen, we don't know for sure. We don't even have all the right answers. So, if anything, this is all just, for us in our case. Education, it's a good theory. I think most of this field is big with theories to begin with. So, of course, the theories are out there, and it's supposed to be because we don't have all the right answers. And that's something a lot of people out there, especially many who aren't familiar with the field or don't have a good mindset of the field, don't know. They have to get an understanding that, you got to be righteous to opinion because opinion's going to be big. And
exactly,
it's important. But another thing is that we want to talk a little bit about what happened with, do you have any other further new encounters or any new information that could possibly be swept before we go back into the past and talk a little about the past before we move on?
Any new connections, like for me or for what in general?
Well, basically any new activity, like besides the things that you spoke to me about, or if you know anybody who's spoken about an encounter or an eyewitness encounter that you may know of, or spoken, like they've sent you a message to, and you're allowed to share that. Is there any other additional new information, or is that was basically pretty much it from the clean slate from what we've spoken?
Oh man, I have a lot of people that have contacted me recently about things. So I don't even know where to start, but I've had more people from my state contact me, which is nice, saying that they think that they've had encounters, and actually in Kentucky too, which isn't that far. But I've had people contact me and tell me, okay, I've got on my property, there's something on my roof. What do I, how do I get rid of them? I mean, questions like that. I don't know if you can get rid of them. That's my thing. I think that you can probably learn how to live with it. And I hope that doesn't sound kind of like a, suck it up buttercup kind of thing, because I know that it's not easy, but I feel like there's things that you can do. Like if you have a lot of lighting around the house, they don't seem to like that, if you have a lot of acreage and if they're in a certain area and you don't go into that area, then that makes sense to just kind of give them their area and you just kind of staking your claim as to this is my area. I did speak with a lady in New Brunswick, Canada, who she hasn't seen it as far as I know to date, but she did say that she was having activity around her house and something on her roof, and she was really very shooken up by it. And I explained to her that I'd had some similar things, and that she could see, shadows kind of, at her wood line and everything, but that they wouldn't come into the light. And I said, well, just make sure you have plenty of lighting so that they stay out of your area. So I mean, that seems to be kind of like a thing. I really think that a lot of people that are having ongoing encounters they're coming forward. Not only are they coming forward, but everybody's kind of giving each other details and tips on how do you live with this. Because you're not going to get rid of it. But there can seem to be a certain amount of mutual respect. I did have somebody that I talked to, who's a researcher in Virginia. He told me some strange stuff that I still don't really know what to think. He told me that he thinks that Sasquatch will steal Dogman pups and raise them to kind of be like a guard dog for their troop or their clan, which I always thought was kind of weird. And I told him about my situation here at the house, and he said that probably there is a Sasquatch that's actually watching me, and it may be using a dogman to kind of take over when he's not here, so to speak, which I thought was strange. I can't prove that. It's the guy's theory. I don't know. But I have found both prints, and I told the guy this. So, and that seems to be a new thing too. I have found both prints together. When we were in the park, we found both prints together. We found Sasquatch prints and Dogman prints. And in fact, I know I sent you some of those pictures. Please feel free to use them. And anything else that I have, I can go ahead and send to you if you'd like it.
Absolutely.
If you want to use it for anything.
Absolutely.
So that's a huge thing right now. And that's one of the biggest things that's baffling me personally. So I had somebody tell me that they think that dogmen hunt Sasquatch, which is a very scary notion, okay? Because we already know that Sasquatch are very powerful, very big, very muscular. And now you have the concept of an apex predator trying to take something like that down and succeeding. That's horrifying. Now that's one possibility. The tracks were both leading into the direction of the river. Obviously, large animals are going to go to the river and drink or fish or do whatever, right?
Right.
So it could just be a common pathway that, you know, these two entities or beings, animals, are living in the same area. They're going to go to the river. So they could just possibly use that pathway. But then the other thing that came up, which has really been concerning me lately, is lycanthropy. And I've actually been talking to a Freemason a lot about this, and we all know that there's a lot of hush-hush and very secretive things in Freemasonry. But he came to me over a year ago when I kind of was really starting to get into research a little bit more, and he asked me about lycanthropy. And, you know, and it was really a strange conversation, and he had told me basically that he believed it was a possibility, you know, and he got very scientific about how that might work. So even when I was staring at these prints, and, you know, and even the Squatch prints, I mean, they were very deep, and they were about a size 13. And they're bigger prints to date, but just the you know, the arch was incredible. I mean, it was not a normal arch, very deep, and the man from Texas, you know, proved to me that he's a very knowledgeable about tracks, and he's like, I've never seen anything like this. And so we really just kind of studied it, but the lycanthropy thing kind of came into my mind of, okay, so what if there's a reality to that? What if there's validity? What if there really is certain people, for whatever reason, can actually do this, you know? And yes, it would defy, you know, science as we know it, and maybe even the law of physics, but we're dealing with a realm that is not normal anyway. So that was something else that kind of came to my mind. That's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I've gone through different phases and just different possibilities, and there's a guy I'm talking to who I think is a great guy, real interesting guy, who he's out of Wisconsin, and he's approaching dogmen from a specifically scientific view. He's also part of his profession has been training dogs, like canine units. And so he knows an awful lot about dogs in general, and he's applying some of those methods out in the field to dogmen. And he's had his own encounters, and he's had his own sightings, and he's dealing with eyewitnesses. So that in itself is really interesting. But he and I were talking a lot about trying to harmonize encounters, you know, between my encounters and other people's encounters, and just really trying to see what the similarities are to kind of get a grasp on this. And he asked me, he said, you know, in your yard, do you have any edible plants? And I have honeysuckle, I have passion fruits. I'm not sure what else is here, but I know that the squash like honeysuckle. I mean, I've found bushes absolutely full where I've found footprints, and then the next day the bush is completely empty. So I'm pretty sure that they like honeysuckle at least. But he told me that he's been in his research that he's been conducting, that he's finding out that dogmen eat corn, and that they will eat other vegetation. And he also told me that somebody argued with him saying, okay, well, it's an apex predator, why is it going to eat vegetables? Well, they do. I mean, a dog will eat watermelon. You know, I had a cat that loved broccoli. I mean, they will eat vegetation as well. It's just, you know, they're predators. They're going to hunt. That's what they're built for. So, so looking and lining up and trying to make it all harmonized is kind of where we're at. A lot of people seem to be really looking into that, as far as I know, with the researchers that I talked to. of comparing notes. Things like in my case, I'm a single mom. But I also have a lot of females in my house. Trying to see if dogmen are attracted to women in my situation, because there's no man other than my son who's, getting ready to graduate and go on with his life. Are they attracted to women that are by themselves with children? And what does that mean? I've heard everything from they may view me and other women like me as a potential mate to women are a lot gentler in their demeanor and they may be drawn to that. And children aren't really that scary and they might just be curious. I don't know. And I'm not sure if I told you this past winter, I had a really strange experience one night. Because it's me and I have two teenage daughters. We, obviously there's menstruation and that comes into play. Unfortunately, when you live with so many females, sometimes it's back to back to back. So I took the trash out one night, which, had used feminine products in it. And I put it in my trash can. And then it was one of these nights where I was awake again between I think 1:30 and 3:30. And at that time, we were living on the other side of the duplex. So I live in a duplex. I live on the side that faces the street now. And I actually just had a lady move in 2 weeks ago onto the side that I used to live on, which faces the canal behind my house, which leads down into the park and the river bottoms. So we were on the old side. We'll call it the old side, just so it's confusing. And I heard something open up the trash can one night, and I heard the lid slam. Then I heard something walk across the front porch, but it was kind of like a thud and a drag. Like whatever it had a bad limb and was dragging it behind it. And then it tried my front door. And then it went it came to the door of the duplex, the side of the duplex I live in now. It tried that door. Then I heard it at the back of the house trying my son's door. So that was terrifying.
Wow.
But the interesting scenario was what was in the trash can. And I don't know if that somehow drew something in or not, but I kind of have this theory, and even when I went out into the field 2 weeks ago with the man from Texas, I was kind of at the tail end of that cycle, and I was joking with him, and I said, well, we might be in luck because this is going on right now, I think that there's something to it, and I don't know why. So that was going on, but also the gentleman that I spoke of who's up in Wisconsin told me that they seem to like certain smells like mint and lavender. And I actually had some of those essential oils, so I made sure that I put some of that on as well, just kind of faintly to see if that might draw something in. So I went ahead and kind of used myself as bait just to see if, anything would happen. But also, considering that I've had visitation and some things going on around my house and my own encounters, I just was kind of sort of saying, well, I'm going into the area, let's see what happens. And we did feel watched. I did see something large and black kind of on the way out of the park, but all I could really see was like sort of a head and a shoulder and an arm. And I tried to blow up the photograph of it, and I may actually see if I can get them analyzed through another researcher out west just to verify if something's actually there or not. But I heard something on the way out. The man from Texas and I don't know if he heard it, but I heard what I thought at first was a very low metallic sound. But then I instantly got a headache. And then we felt like we were being watched. There were no birds, and we just kind of looked at this area. There's a creek that runs into the river, and that's where we were. And both of us could see something, but it was not we can decipher what it was. And then as soon as we left the area, my headache left. So that was interesting. So it's a possibility I may or may not have gotten hit with infrasound.
Yeah, that was pretty good there. They got a part 2 to it, but yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll play that tomorrow. Yeah, that was good. Oh, hanging in there, Fox. Hanging in there. They say, by God. Uh-huh. Venom's back. Vale's back. By God. Welcome back, Vale. Ooh. Hey, Vale out there. Yep, Vale been out there with a lawnmower cutting grass. She back. Glad Vale's back too. By God. It's hot out there. Ooh. What's the temperature where you at, Vale? Ooh. $84 down. That is hot. Wow, that's too damn hot. I'm glad. That's one of the things I'm glad about being in a condo. Don't have to cut no grass. So, what do you think it was trying to get in that woman's doors house there with her, Fox? She said she heard something open the garbage can and slammed the lid back and then tried 3 doors to get in the house. Oh, not. Oh, you missed part 1 of Dog Man Killed a Family. Hey, Ryan again rooting through the garbage, huh? By God. So order 66. Hey, I might try that. I tweeted that shit out too. Yeah. Uh, Hurry back, girl. Ooh, come on back, Fox. Yeah, tweeted that out. Ryan Trombley, 18. Execute Order 66. What movie you talking about, Fleming Werfer? Huh, that could be cool, Vale. Ooh. What movie you talking about, Fleming Werfer? Ooh. Fox is back. By God. If y'all would hit the share button, share video out. JB's back. Ooh. Oh, Revenge of the Sith. Okay. Shit, I done forgot about that. Oh, JB's out of hiding. JB had barbecue chicken. By God, that's good stuff too. Ooh. Man. If you want to. Who wants to come on panel? We can sit and talk. JB, put that red rocket away, by God. Hey, I'm thinking about playing one of Fox's videos. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. By God. All right, everybody just tuning in. You would there, check out Gaming Fox's channel. Hey, check out JVD's channel. If you would there, Vale. It's Through the Veil, the Paranormal. Give a like, share, and subscribe to my channel here. Well, that's one way of doing it, Fox. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do for an encore? Shit in your britches.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Well, want me to play a video for you there, JB? Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna play one for y'all. Damn it. Where are you going to hide the bodies, Fox? It sounds like you killing somebody in there.
Gosh. Oh, shoot.
Damn it. Oh, damn it. You have a rocket suit you trying to put away, huh?
JB says my last 3 videos will make you drool, LOL.
Don't go lurking there, JB. Hang out and talk.
Yeah, come on, JB.
Dang it. We know you treat your neighbor's horse right, JB. You can hang out and talk with us. My God.
JB says you get unlimited permission, clown.
Alrighty. Hey, let me pop over to this one. Let's see. Alrighty. Let's see if we can put something up there. JBD got some good stuff. I need to play one for you too there. Yeah, damn JBD. They're trying to make us starve. Yeah, said they've been barbecuing goddamn chicken and son of a bitch. Yeah, they're barbecuing them chicken. He got it on video. Only thing is, them videos like a minute or so of the pop. I'm scared of getting a lag and not be able to get loose and be screwed like in two tattooed there. But play somebody else's video on there. Here's something that'd be interesting. There. Yeah, that barbecue chicken. JB fixed to show some gear off in this video that might interest you there, Fox.
All right.
Hello. Justin of JBD Kimmelman 73 here. I got this very early. I do a laser infrared temperature meter or thermometer.
It's a thermometer.
So let's unbox it, shall we?
I
ordered it like 3 days ago. 4 days ago, 3 or 4 days ago. It came quick. It wasn't supposed to be here until the 31st. It came early. Okay. So for $31, you get the battery. You got a user manual. Comes in a good little box. It came in, I won't show the front because you got my address. It came in good bubble wrap. And comes with a holster for your belt. Right there, pretty good quality, really, to be honest. Not too bad, really. Kind of a little flimsy right there, but I mean, still, it's not bad. I'm still impressed because most of them you don't get this with. That's why I paid the extra money for it. Put it down for a second. Sorry. Okay. And so yeah, I mean, it feels really good. It's yellow and black. It's a dual laser for a more accurate reading. So let's get this battery popping, shall we? So got protective covering on the battery. Here, let me pause you for a second and I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry it took so long. It was pretty hard opening that up to put the battery. Got 2 little screws right there. That came off. And I just got, it doesn't tell you in the manual how to open it, so I got it figured out. And it comes on automatically when you pull the trigger. And I'll show it up on the screen. What is it? Right there, 71. I had it aimed at the window and then I tried the oven. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's do the water bowl right there. Right in the middle. Mm, it doesn't show up on right there. Amazing. Probably because it's bright at nighttime, probably look better. So it's 64 degrees at the water bowl for the dogs. And it's 71 degrees in the house, so that's about right for that water bowl. So anyway, there it is. They're using it for paranormal investigations, and I'll read the manual real good for this one because I haven't used new ones like this. I've used old ones before when I used to do security and had to check the walls and concrete walls. One time there was a fire in a wall, and yeah, found out that way someone put a cigarette butt and threw a hole in a brick wall, and we discovered it by using one of these. It was an older one, and then we got the actual thermal imager, and we used that, saw through the concrete and could see it to verify again. So yeah, I think it's going to come in handy for cold spots, hot spots from spirits. Anyhow, thanks for watching.
There we go. My God. Oh, alrighty. Thank you there, Fox. Dude. I had to kill that quick. I was playing somebody else's stuff there. My God, that's not cool. And that's quite all right. The clown Jeremy, huh? My God. Oh, all righty. I said I was going to show one of Fox's, so let me find a good one. Some of it isn't too long. Size matters. I've been playing a lot of videos today. There we go. I think I found one. Oh. All righty. 2, 3.
A little eerie out tonight.
Fleming Murphy.
Nice very cool.
Ooh.
I don't know if you can see me right now, but I'm going so you guys can hear my voice better. Who's here with me right now? Also, I forgot to mention, hey Kit, Gaming Punch here again with another video. Haunted 3. Hopefully you guys can hear me better. And how are you? Is there someone here that'd like to speak? with me? Spirits, I am closing this session right now. I'm closing the session. I'm closing the session. Goodbye. Goodbye, spirits. Goodbye. 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 Clown, I don't know if I closed that session correctly or not, but I think I closed it. I don't know though. Only time will tell. So let me put this stuff up here. I'm gonna quickly put my stuff up here. And I'll be back on I'm back. I'm hearing stuff right now. It sounds like it's coming from his mind. And it's gonna suck if I have to run because I didn't really pick the best choice of shoes. Nope. Nope. Just no.
There you go. Run, you little monkey, run. By God.
I'm not running because I seen something. I'm running because I don't like the vibes I got from it.
Things you do like that shit like that to scare you off, Fox. Just to fight that off, bro. A lot of time you feel that I'm gonna get you vibe and Abe Wolfen.
I'll see you guys on the next video. Goodbye.
Yeah. There we go.
My name is Rob.
Your name's a bitch. All right. There you go. Exorcism rituals in Latin. Well, it's cool if you have a Bluetooth speaker, Fox. You can play that over your from your phone over the Bluetooth speaker. That's a lot better to walk away than it is to run away. You get out there running and fool around and trip and hurt yourself. Hey. Yep, you ever heard of Olympic speed walking? That's where they kind of pick them up, put them down, but they don't break and run. Ooh, fall out there running and break your ass. By God. That it ain't the same without my beard. I think I'm gonna grow my beard back. I stand my ground, bro. Yeah, I start getting pretty goddamn vicious before I leave. Oh, yeah, it has to be pretty bad before I sit there and leave. I'll hang around in there till I know things is getting bad. Usually by the time I leave there, there's something done manifested itself. What's going on, Fleming Werper? There you go. Oh. When shit start flying in, it gets their time to go. You start having kinetic energy going on there like a poltergeist. The stuff starts getting thrown. It'd be hell there to get a dang something bounced off your melon. Yeah.
Hey, I figured out what went on with the freezer.
We'll live stream now. Okay, well, what happened?
There was one of those blue eyes.
Hello. Yes, you are, Doobie. Hey, there you go, JB. I won't go there. You said the kitchen exploded. Damn it. I won't go in a place like that, Vale. Normally, I like going to kitchens. Let's just get something to eat, though. I don't do dishes. I don't do windows. My God. Look at there. I kind of got that Robin Hood look going there. Got the mustache come way down here like Burt Reynolds kind of. And I got the little patch right there. I got a whole goddamn caterpillar on my bottom lip. My God. Oh. Damn it. Ooh, I bet Fox would have been in there when that happened, Vale. They would have been things went everywhere too. Oh, yeah. Well, mustache grow in thick this time. I gotta brush my damn hair again. Makeup. I'm too pretty to have messed up hair now. No, not hardly there, JB. You go, wee. Yeah, I ain't never been in a damn house where stuff start flying and go in every direction before. I've never been around something like that. I remember something happened similar, but it wasn't the kitchen. We were getting ready to move out of a damn haunted house. We had all the stuff packed up, boxed up and down the hallway. And went across to go over to the kitchen one night. And we stepped back in the hallway, go back to where we had the living room and the bedrooms. And something started running through the boxes, knocking shit in every direction, trying to get to us. Hell yeah, that'd be fun, Fox. We'll have Vale or JBD find a place to go investigate and let you go in first, and we'll come in and play as backup. You can be the scout. We could call it Operation Cannon Fodder. Vale said she stood there and prayed. Said she was too damn scared. She was too scared to move. Yeah, evil's ears might be burning, JB. So where was you at when this cool, Fleming Werfer's dinner's ready. Now if we don't talk about that cat in the next day or two, we're gonna have to go, Yep. So, did you figure out what was going on for the kitchen for that house to have that kind of poltergeist activity, Vale? Hell, come on up, Vale. Burgers and steak and mashed potatoes. By God, that sounded good. Ooh, doo, doo. Yeah, that's just Clown. What's happening, Miss Highlighter? You don't recognize me? This is Clown's evil twin. By God. Oh, Hey, how you doing there, Miss Highlighter? Yeah, changed. Hey, Miss Highlighter got mad at my beard and I pulled that some bitch off and threw it out the window. By God. That's it. There, to the veil's coming on. That to the veil to the rescue. By God.
I don't know about to the rescue, but I'm here.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's peanut butter. It's moose knuckles. Oh,
Line with Clown.
I'm
You just called me a moose knuckle?
No, I said it's a bird. It's a plane. It's moose knuckles.
You ain't right.
That's the best way to be.
You better be wrong, right?
That's it. Like that song there about it. Don't want to be right. So what's the deal with the house?
I just know it was like my son's girlfriend's grandma's house, and she passed away in the house, and they just kind of left everything the way it was, and we went in there to investigate, and I don't know if she was mad for us being in there or what, but all the cabinets came open and stuff off the tables went flying, everything on the cabinets, the dishes, everything, just like the kitchen exploded.
Damn it.
I was like, yeah, we're out.
You'd never go back.
Nope, the house is still sitting there falling in on the property.
But it's still sitting there with what?
It's falling in, starting to fall in.
Bro, I'd go back. I wouldn't. Thank you, Miss Highlighter. Hey. Yep. Yeah, I'd go back, bro. I wouldn't get outdone.
Yeah, now that I got all this going, I might go back.
Hey, you got a metal trash can?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Plastic one?
Yeah.
Sealed. You should put a rope on and put that sucker up with your foot right there, sit in the middle of that son of a bitch. Cut your hole in there. Shit, you can mount a camera in there. So you can sit there and film and you can block at the same time.
All right.
That's it. Bring it on, you commie motherfucker.
Val, got a question for you.
Okay, shoot.
Okay, I seen this on Travel Channel. You know where's the White House at? Guy murdered his family in it, and then the police shot him.
Be a lot of places. Where you mean? Around here?
It's right outside of Missouri.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Not off the top of my head, no.
You might want to do some research on that. This happened like around 2013, 2007.
What state?
Missouri.
Missouri.
You have a town or?
No.
Oh. Let's see if I can look that up real quick.
I might be. What's the deal? It's supposed to be haunted or something, K
Oh,
Buck?
it's haunted. Yes, haunted.
Sounds interesting.
It chased a police officer out.
Wee, that sounds like my kind of place.
The house is boarded up. Like whenever they showed it on TV, the house is boarded up, and the back door is open. So if you find it, go to the back door.
I know what you're talking about. Where they filmed that damn movie Insidious?
No. This was on the Travel Channel. I don't know. I forgot what it was. I think Paranormal 911.
I'm trying to find this. You say he killed his family and they shot him on the porch?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one where the guy shot the cop in the leg.
No.
In the basement.
I didn't shoot nobody. He walked out and they shot him because he pointed a gun at him. But the people he killed was in the closet. I don't think he shot at him.
I know there's one similar to that on Travel Channel. Guy killed his family in the basement.
Yeah, that's it.
And they went outside and shot a cop in the leg.
Yeah, that's it.
And shot him and killed him.
That's Missouri, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking it was. It told what town. But what was crazy about it was.
This was yesterday. I seen it.
What was crazy about it was you watch the video, the show, and cops talk about, well, he took time to load his rifle while he was in the house. And they showed this guy in the house with a 12-gauge shotgun, putting 12-gauge shotgun shells in it, loading it up. And on there, they got the paranormal expert on there talking about how he took time in the house to load his rifle. I was like, wow, a 12-gauge rifle, by God.
He was Army, wasn't it? Or military? Or he was military.
He's actually been in the Army. He'd seen time. He was a vet.
I'm not finding anything.
Wasn't that around 2007 to 2013, Clown?
I don't remember the date on it.
I think that's what they said. I am for sure, but I think that's what they said. Right outside of Missouri.
If I remember that right though, is toward the tail end of that, they was talking about where the cop was saying he saw the spirits of the guy's wife and kids. And they went to the light though.
Yeah, but the other one's still there.
Yeah, the crazy one. Yeah, that's the main one. That'd be the fun one.
Yeah.
I'll have to look into it. I'm not finding anything online right now.
That would freak some people out, Flaming Werfert. Yeah, that would shut them up right there, Flaming Werfert. Like that damn comic strip I've seen a long time ago. Had a picture of a protester there in Russia, had his sign up. They was dragging him off ankles had the soldiers started dragging him off. And one of them said, "This is the biggest protest we've seen yet."
Nope, I'm not finding anything.
Commander loved your joke. That's a good one.
You got Travel Channel?
Oh, I watch it every day.
Well,
No, I don't.
hmm.
If I knew like what town or something, it might be easier to look it up. You know, there's like so many shootings and stuff around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. You said try to look up one state and then start pouring through the years, and gee whiz, that'd be so many. I'm trying to remember the name of the damn episode. Yeah,
Paranormal 911.
I could find it, but
Yeah,
it's on
it's
that.
Paranormal 911 is what it is.
Yeah, you go to on my damn cable system to Cox Cable and look up paranormal caught on camera. It's got a whole big long series of these shows, and it's got the paranormal 911 on there. It's got haunted hospitals. These woods are haunted.
Yeah, but the one she's wanting is Paranormal 911.
Yeah, that's the one. All right. It got a back list of the shows though, bro. Take a little while trying to filter through them.
This one was on last night.
Yeah, I know, but like on Cox Cable, it's got like 4 seasons of these shows. Talking about like 3, 4, 5 years, and it might be like 10 shows.
This is a new show. No 5 years old. This is a new show.
I've tried. Huh.
On the Travel Channel site here, there's the Dead Files talking about Nisho, Missouri.
Yeah.
No, wrong one. Look up Paranormal 911.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be nice to find.
Yeah. She may get chased out of there if she finds the house.
Eh.
It'd be interesting.
I'm still not finding it. I found the historical bed and breakfast I thought about buying.
Oh. It haunted?
Oh, yeah.
You say you've thought about buying?
Yeah, it's a bed and breakfast for sale in Bramley, and there's been a lot of investigators in there. It's supposed to be really, really haunted.
How much they want for it? Pretty pity.
Actually, it wasn't that much. It's like $119,000.
119,000. You got that money?
Huh?
Can you afford it?
Yeah.
There you go, get it.
I don't want to leave where I'm at.
Well, open it up as a bed and breakfast.
It's like 2 hours away, though. I couldn't keep my eye on it or anything.
It also depends on what kind of condition it's in.
Oh, it's in
But-
immaculate condition.
Nice.
It's just the area that it's in. I mean, the house, the bed and breakfast is beautiful, but it's like the neighbors that are right next door to it. They got lawnmowers and cars and that kind. You're right out in the middle. There's not much on the road anyway. A few trailers and things like that. It just stands out from itself.
Jay, quick.
I'm not finding that. I'll have to look it up after a while.
I'd hate to spend money on something like that and find out if you couldn't rent it out to people because it was too damn bad.
Right.
Hey, Tony Soros is here. Hey, Tony. Mandatory mask at work now. Hey. Well, mandatory masks are a lot better than involuntary corona. Name a Jedi. Hell, I just look. Hell, that's easy. Name Jedi. You got Obi-Wan, got Luke Skywalker.
Let me go see if I can find that. I'll be back.
Okay.
Kai Kwan Jin. Hey, Mace Windu. Probably the most famous one of all. Yoda.
I sent you a link, Clown, on that bed and breakfast.
Yeah, all right. There's no telling how long it'll be before you even try to get there. That'll work, Tony. I know I had to put on a damn mask and gloves, go in the vet's office yesterday. No, Disney screwed Star Wars up for me, Flemingwerfer. Disney been getting a hold of stuff and wanting to redo it. Okay, Kylo and Ray kissed. Hey, Smoking Joe's in the house. Hello there, Smoking Joe.
No, Smoking Joe.
Oh, by God. What you been doing there, Smoking Joe?
I didn't see Tony in there. Hey, Tony.
Hey. There you go. See, I can have a blonde moment. Hey, Tony, Vale said hello.
I'm going to take everything to the porch so the neighbors think I'm talking to myself.
That'll work. There's always a good way there to not have neighbor problems. They think you're crazy and leave you the hell alone.
No, they've always been that way.
Tony said hi. Smoking Joe said hi.
Come on, Tay-Tay. You want to go outside? Come on. You go out here and eat spicy raisins.
Kylo Ren was a Skywalker. Ray is a Palpatine. Damn it. That's kind of messed up there, Fleming. Kissing cousins. As long as it's already done. Ooh. Yeah, man. I'm trying to change my ways and reform.
You can do it.
Yeah, I know. It takes a lot of fun out of it. I keep thinking of banjos and stuff. And Hell yeah. Who's a quick? Who's the governor of Arkansas? By God.
I don't know, so I guess I'm safe.
Ooh. Like a like a damn hillbilly boy come home, tell his daddy, said, Daddy, so I found the perfect girl, and we're gonna get. Yeah. Says she's 17, I'm 17, she's virgin. No, that ain't gonna work. Don't do it. He goes, but why, Daddy? He said, well, son, she ain't good enough for her own family. She ain't good enough for you either. Oh, I said I was gonna change. Oh, backslid. Might have to start clowning on him.
Put a penny in the jar every time you backslide, clown.
My God. You gotta admit that shit was funny. I go back and look directly and discover I'm missing about 25 subscribers. My God. I've been sitting there using this damn green zip tie, going all in between the buttons on my damn keyboard. Athena's hair, I've been digging out of a brand new keyboard, but I think I got enough hair out of it to made a small person a toupee.
It's in a can of air.
Hell yeah. Maybe I get a blonde to blow it out.
Put a penny in the jar, clown.
Hey. Yeah, you know what that tornado and the blondes got in common?
Oh, what?
Yeah. Either one of them come into a man's life, there's a whole lot of sucking and blowing, and when it's all over with, all the shit's gone. By God.
Is that just blonde?
Sure, that's. No, I'm shutting up now. Oh, damn it. Oh, bitch.
Actually, pretty nice out here.
Hey, Hensley's here.
Hey,
Glad you're
Hensley.
here, Tony. Glad you're here, Hensley. Glad you're here, Smoking Joe. Oh, damn, I shouldn't eat them damn beans and jalapenos. So I'm not glad that's there. Wrote the letter on my clown sign. Wasn't green before. It'd be green now. By God.
You'll be singing that song.
Here you go.
Vale?
Yes.
There's go to Google and type in Paranormal 911 and type in a TV series, and you got 6 seasons of it. So you probably have to go through all of them.
Season 6. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And travel channel.
I don't know which season it is, but you probably have to go through, start with one and go through them. But
yeah.
White House and be boarded up, and a cop goes back to it. So yeah, what we said a while ago. It'll show it. It'll show what happened. The guy comes out with the gun and shoots at the police officer. So if you see that one, then that's the one.
Yeah.
Hey JB, hey Fox.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I heard a wind chime in the background a second ago. So, what did you do there, Tony? I think if I'm trying to remember, you tied all your web pages together on your different things, and you're starting up a new one. If I remember right, Tony.
Hmm.
Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. Yeah. We get rid of this damn coronavirus. I believe I'm gonna do like I used to do in Louisiana. I done it here when I first got to Florida. Didn't go look at most of them, but sit there just do a damn search for the most haunted places in the states you're in. Like Louisiana, they got it's called Shadowlands, and Shadowlands got a whole bunch of haunted places that's documented. They'll tell you what town and in the state they're at. Shadowlands got scary places listed there where they don't recommend you going because there've been numerous cases of people going missing at. Oh, first video live stream of the podcast. Mention Mike Zipik from Comic Book Men on. Cool. Go ahead, bro. You doing all right. Man, Tony got it going on. He had two of them three guys from Comic Book Men that from off of TV only saw on podcast. That's sweet. Real.
This happened in the 2000s, Joel.
Hmm. You said it aired last night, though. You were watching it.
It aired last night. Yeah.
Police officer goes to an accident and spirit follows him home. Was that the one that you're talking about?
No.
No.
No. This is the one that the guy was inside the house with a shotgun.
Go ahead. That's all right, Tony.
I don't know how the TV series works, if they go about a year or what, but I don't even know what season it was in.
Huh.
But it was in the 2000s whenever it happened. I know that. I think it was 2013, 2007 to 2013.
I don't remember for certain, but I'm thinking on there is like season 4. Was on into it. Oh, you got Holly on Sunday? Go ahead. Oh, cool. Been doing pretty good, Fleming Werfer. Thank you. How have you been? Yeah, I'd like to be on your show there, Tony.
I'm not finding this. It's like a needle in a haystack.
No.
Nah, brother. That's the kind of deal that could take hours. It's a good show.
Yeah.
You find it. It's a good episode. I'm not wanting to turn my damn TV on because I don't want my soundtrack or the sound from the TV going across. As soon as I turn it on, I have it loud and it's going to go to blaring. Oh, yeah. Yeah, StreamYard worked easy there, Tony. I like StreamYard. I'm gonna have to do something like green screen. I know what the problem is on one side of it. I'm gonna have to take it tacks out, stretch and tighten it out. Flemingworth said if you just jump in a haystack and get out there, there'll be a needle in you, so you found a needle.
Uh-huh.
That's about right. Yeah, I was doing some reading there on an article. Eric K-Pup seen here just in the last couple 3 weeks, and they've had 4 Bigfoot sightings in North Carolina.
Where at?
There in North Carolina.
I know, but where?
I don't remember the name of the town. I deleted the article. I'd saved it initially. Was going to do a story on it, put it on YouTube. Then seen they had a Bigfoot group had the video on there.
Was it around Morganton, around Hickory, or around here, around Marion, or around Asheville?
I don't remember. I think you at Morgantown, maybe. I think you called up.
Morganton?
I think
That'd
was
be
it.
Short Off Mountain area. Linville Falls, that area. Burke County.
I noticed that. I remember that. Ironically enough, the guy that saw the Bigfoot has a cryptid museum, and the damn Bigfoot popped up from in the back of his cryptid museum.
Huh.
That's kind of
museum. That's
yeah.
Charlotte. That's down around Charlotte then, because the museum's down there. I think
that's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
North Carolina is where Ric Flair's from.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Hell yeah. The nature boy. Ooh.
I'm still here. I'm done digging.
All right.
You still on Biscuit?
I was. I quit. I can't find it.
I go through and watch the what do you call it? The episodes, and see if I can find them.
Okay. Yeah, I like to check it out.
Each season, you gotta start with season 1, see if I can find it. And if I can, I'll send it to Clown, and Clown can send it to you.
Shit, I don't know which one to look for.
I know what to look for. I've seen the house. It's all boarded up, and guy with the shotgun.
Yeah, now if you follow by the TV series, because they say it was a rifle.
Well, whatever. Yeah.
They do a remake of it, and they'll say it's a slingshot. Out there with a fucking bazooka.
Yeah, I'll watch them, and I'll let you know if I find it.
Okay.
Clown.
Alrighty. Yeah, I always get
and the Clown can send it to you.
I always get a big kick out of seeing how they do stuff there in Hollywood. Ooh.
Over dramatized.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
This house might be failing by now too.
Yeah, it's been just in recent years in Hollywood's been known to turn out TV shows or movies and have a guy with a damn revolver. He end up shooting 15 shots out of it. You gotta watch them gun battles, and they sit and get to counting the gunshots. and you don't see them reload. You're like, huh?
Yeah, I have a property I want to go to. There was a bunch of murders, and they ended up tearing the house down, and they found all the bodies but one on the property, and you could still see the mounds out there where they dug up everything.
Wow,
Cool.
that's cool.
You going to it?
Yeah, it's only like probably an hour from me.
Cool.
Help, bring some
That'd
dowsing.
be, you might find the body.
Yeah, I could probably.
Hey, bring dowsing rods. If y'all can, hit that share button, please.
Metal detector. Get your metal detector and go out and see if you can find anything.
See what you sent me there, Vale. That place does look freaky. Got a cupola type tower.
Yeah.
That's what they need to bring out. There's one of them ground metal radars.
I'm like a human.
How big's the
detector.
property?
Probably
Huh?
no more than a couple acres. Probably no more than a couple acres.
They could dig out of a backhoe.
Yeah, but they said they dug, the whole yard. You can see where it's been tore up. I mean, but they said they couldn't find anything, and he confessed to all of them. There was like 16.
How many they find?
15.
He confessed to 16, and they want about 15.
Yeah.
Well, one thing Mike can do is to take it something round. You could attach a handle to it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can just sit there and push it across the property. It hit a damn grave, and it's gonna pick it up and it's gonna raise it. You might not notice it with the naked eye, but you go to rolling something like that, and it's gonna go over it. Once you hit it, you back up, go the other way, and pace it out and figure out if it's like 6 feet in length.
I think all I gotta do is go out there and I can find it.
What does the house look like on the property?
Well, it's tore down. It was a 2-story old house. I mean, like an old farmhouse.
Is the foundation still there?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. Because they didn't touch that.
Did it have a basement?
Oh yeah, had like a root
Yeah,
cellar.
basement floor. Then that's where he's at. Basement floor.
Yeah,
I guarantee.
It's supposed to be like a 12-year-old boy that's missing still.
Yeah. I bet he's in that floor. Is that where you was that night? You said you couldn't dig?
No, that was at the Sugar House, the basement that we just done with all the orbs flying around.
The one that we seen the other night?
Yeah. But I'm talking about a different place. It's called the Crackers Farm. They finally caught him because the kids would come up. So, back in the day, they would do like newspaper sellings and Girl Scout cookies and all that. And he was taking the kids and kidnapping them, and they finally caught him.
I'm glad they caught him.
Yeah. They still don't let any of that go on down there. They quit, the door-to-door sales for kids.
We had a little girl here. She was a waitress at a truck stop. She left off, got off work and started walking home at 2:00 in the morning. A car pulled up, picked her up, and took her back to their place and partied with her.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Well, one thing led to another, and they killed her.
Mm.
They took her out to a logging road out toward the lake and dumped her body.
Wow.
Well, they caught them. They got 14 years later. They got them. That's how long it took them to catch them. One was in Kentucky prison doing a certain time for something, and another one was selling cars.
Good thing I caught them. I know not
Yeah.
far from this.
Well,
Go ahead.
the one that helped him got 26 years. He done his time. He's out. And the other one got life.
They should all got life.
Yeah.
I know not far from that Crackers Farm, I was going to say that there's a, I think it's 36 years unsolved. A woman, you know, I went to school with her son and everything. It's still unsolved. She was murdered. And I wouldn't mind going out there where everything was at and just see what I could pick up on. Because the family,
they redone that. Or you couldn't tell the wrote anything about it now.
yeah, the family's wanting it solved, but I don't know if I can help them out or anything. You know, I don't know how to go about that legally. You know, I could be told a lot of things, you know, in my mind and be pointed out things, but disproving or proving anything, that's where it comes in play.
There you go. Well, come on up on panel, Kinsley.
And was looking for more evidence. And what led them to the spot of blood was a fly.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on the bathroom ceiling.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It don't do much. I got smart with those damn bugs.
Yeah, I wanted to get into forensic science. I think all that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't stomach the blood.
I was a paramedic EMT for years, and all that stuff don't bother me.
I've done seen a good bit of gore myself. A buddy of mine used to work at the morgue. He'd bring bodies in at night. He didn't want to go in the place by himself at night because the morgue was so badly haunted. He'd call me and I'd meet him at the morgue. Hell, he'd show me the newest body he brought in. Some of them was in terrible shape, bro. I always called me up there a few times and sat there and be sewing the body, stitching the body back up after the autopsy. I was there to watch him stitch 2 bodies back up one night and then helped him clean up afterwards.
All right. All that don't bother me.
It bothered me either. I get a damn 40-ounce fountain drink where you can put the lid on it and have a 2-liter Coke, and I'd keep a lid on the damn fountain drink.
I worry more about the ones that are alive than they are gone.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I never said that. He never called me to go up there and him bring a kid in. Because I wouldn't.
Heck, the one's gone can hurt you too.
I know he got all messed up. He told me he got called out to go pick up a body. It was an 8-year-old boy. His family didn't know he had a bad heart. The boy was out there in the yard. He had the front door was open. He was playing football with his buddy. He killed over from a heart attack they didn't know about in the front yard.
Wow. That's sad.
Yep. He told me about a couple of them there involving kids.
This one happened in 1994, and it took them 14 years to find them.
Damn, Hensley. That's bad. Oh boy, hell with that.
Me and 2 other guys was on the lake camping one weekend, and we went back to his car the next morning, and his car wouldn't start, so we had to walk all the way back around the lake And the time we got back around, like they was pulling the body out of the water. About in the area where we was camping at.
Lucky you didn't get questioned.
Yeah.
No doubt. Damn it. Ooh, shit. We had a pretty good dang live stream today.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on there.
I hadn't even shut it down yet. Had 108 views.
Cool. I need to see if my Wi-Fi is going to reach down there to that property.
I got to do some more growing.
When are you going?
I got to do some more growing. I'm up to 808 subscribers. I'm pushing, trying to get to 900.
I'm pushing to see 100. I just changed my name. I think it'll get better once we get out.
Well, bro, I'm thinking seriously about charging up my cameras and stuff, and I know of a couple spots to go to that shouldn't get any attention. I go back to that haunted trail. I've got real good pictures or videos of red orbs out there. There's a damn demon out there. Hey, David Bigman, what's happening, buddy? Damn, Hensley doing good. Congratulations, Hensley.
Awesome.
Yep, David Bingman's got a new video out there if y'all hadn't saw it. He made his own EM pump, and it's also got a mic built into it. We use it as a spirit box too, and they don't have all the static feedback like you would get from a damn regular spirit box. It's really nice. He made that Joker himself too.
I wonder what one of those would be like in that basement I was at. I wonder what it'd be like getting one of those in that basement I was at.
That would be cool. I'm sitting here freaking the hell out because I ordered a damn Wonder Box. It's been paid for. It's supposed to have been in between April 2nd and April 6th. Today's April 7th. No freaking Wonder Box. I paid for some software that's supposed to be in by March 22nd. No software. I mean, I put some serious money in that goddamn Wonder Box, and I'm sitting here wondering where the hell I'm wondering where it is. It's a Wonder Box, all right. You pay for this, but you wonder where the hell my box is. My God.
I'm just waiting to get a new camera and better light.
Light is crucial.
Yeah, and we're using one of those like mag lights right now, and it dies so easily, especially if you get somewhere it's got a lot of energy and cuts our investigation short.
Yeah. Hensley said he's going to do another shout out for you.
Awesome. Thank you, Hensley. I'm over here poking buttons.
Yeah, I'm behind. Mine's supposed to be coming through the damn United States Postal Department. I don't know why they ain't come in. I'm going to have to go back on, see if I can find something out on tracking. Send them a poison pen pal, a letter or something there. Send me my shit. Ooh.
Yeah, I get really confused on Twitter, and it's not that I don't appreciate the shout outs and stuff from everybody. I just don't understand how this is flowing on my Twitter.
It helps out. They help out a lot.
I just get lost who said what to who and on whose, and I just start poking, liking, and thinking. I might have think twice. I don't know.
If you bump it, if you hit the like button twice, it means you liked it, then unliked it.
I don't try to do that.
Hensley's waiting on a mic and a light to come in. Yeah. Well, I get my stuff, bro. I'm taking it right to the courtyard, and I'm setting it out in the sun, let the UV work it over before I go to opening it.
Yeah.
And that dog man don't need to use a Wonder Box Carrot Fox. Hey. Only thing they worry about is getting into some beef jerky.
He's out there panting. He's ready to come in.
I've been screwed up all damn day. I hear something go clicking sound, and I go pop my head to look up to see if the thinking the thing is coming up the stairs. That shit's tore up.
Yeah, I hated to hear that too. It's my boyfriend just lost his dog the other day too.
Yep. I'm freaking starting. I'm gonna wait till next month. I can start now because I'm finding a couple of them Anatolian Shepherd puppies, and I have the money to pay on them. I'm still owing $685 to the vet.
A what kind of puppy?
Anatolian Shepherds. That's what Athena was. But as soon as I get the vet paid off, I'm gonna put the money together. I want to order.
Wait till you get the vet paid before you get another puppy.
What? What, K-Pop? I'm gonna order a male Anatolian Shepherd and a female Anatolian Shepherd.
Huh?
I'm gonna name one of them. I'm gonna name one Karma, and I'm gonna name the other one By God. Somebody ever break in a damn place and they be on their ass, eating their ass up, and I'll be going, Karma, by God, Karma, by God.
What's your name? Another
My
one?
daughter just wants a regular German Shepherd.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I didn't even see that movie, Flamin' Werther. That new Star Wars movie. I didn't watch the one where they had the Han Solo movie. No. Yeah, the damn dog, name it Cujo, and it you name a dog Cujo, and it bites somebody, and they go in front of a judge, you lost automatically. They'll associate a killing dog with what you've got. One bite, and the next thing after that, they'll be putting it to sleep. Right, somebody have it there like a Rottweiler or a pit bull, and they bite somebody, bro, pucker up, Buttercup. They gonna lose one hell of a lawsuit. Did you know 2010, and this is crazy, but the top 10 dogs that caused significant injury or death to human beings in 2010, 10th place was the damn St. Bernard.
Where did pit bull come in at?
Number 1, Rottweiler. Number 2, number 3, Wolf Hybrid. Number 4, Akita. Father was German Shepherd.
I think a Chihuahua should be in there. Them things are evil.
German Shepherd ain't gonna kill nobody. Are they crazy?
Depending on what bloodline.
Ain't nothing wrong with a German Shepherd.
German Shepherds are guardian dog, but they also the police quit using the damn German Shepherds because them damn breeders got to inbreed them German Shepherds, and they actually got a bad bloodline out on them.
Yeah, my dog is a boxer pit bull.
I've seen some of the handiwork of pit bulls.
I used to have one. He was a big baby.
A lot of them
That's
are.
her, and my pet gets hers, Bill.
A lot of them are.
I think it all depends how you raise them, really.
The bloodline. If you get into it where they've been breeding them things for fighting, and they inbreed them, and breeding for the most aggressive dog, and you get one off of there, you've got one you can't trust. They had a guy right before I retired from Angola. This woman's 10-year-old son was playing on the front porch, on their own front porch. Guy had a female pit, got off the chain. Our boy was 7, hit down that boy, crushed his windpipe, got his arm, butchered his arm up bad. They had to do emergency tracheotomy on that boy. He was laid up in the hospital. They wasn't sure if he was going to make it or not. And dig this, second time in 2 weeks, that man had a pit bull got loose. Not the same pit bull, a pit bull. He had 2. 2 weeks time, either one come off a chain and attack somebody and butchered them up.
I didn't see David there.
Hello there, David. Yeah, I was patting him on the back earlier when he come in, letting everybody know he had a new video out.
Hensley's uploading one, right?
Mm-hmm. Come down to the breeding. And them dog breeders, a lot of them run them friggin' kennels, and they dogs, and they end up raising puppies in piss poor conditions and bad bloodline. You end up with not really a good dog at all. That's why I go get another Anatolian Shepherd. I'm gonna be looking online for a family that's got livestock. They have kids. The dogs are working dogs. The blood does that puppy come from? Get something that got it all its shit together.
Bill. You see her? Sounds somewhat rotten. I got down on the floor yesterday and she laid right down in front of me. Get me, little baby. Yeah, big old young. Okay.
I think the damn dog man done got failed.
I'm here. I'm double timing.
What was the name of that damn video editor you told me about? Not bought Mojave or Movia?
Movia.
Movia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Movia's good. You're welcome, David.
It is well worth it. Especially if you do a lot of videos. I mean,
I spent $72 on getting some more than 9.
Mm-hmm.
And they got the money for my Discover card. I didn't get the damn for more than none. Then when I check it out, and they're sitting there showing I never placed an order with them. I went on their contact place on their website to contact them and get an automated deal there about wanting to know what's the nature of your problem.
I didn't get my stuff.
And then they'll tell you that check the number. And you like, what number? And they'll tell you, well, maybe you didn't have a number to go check on this thing. It'll run you around and around. I flew with it for a couple of days, about 2 or 3 hours a day for a couple of days. I said, screw it. You got my money, but you won't get no more from me.
Yeah, I've tried out a lot of those programs, and this one seems like it had everything that I've already tried all together in one program, and I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I got jacked by that Femora 9 Hensley. And I've known other people who went and paid for it and downloaded it, got it, no problem at all. I don't know what happened. They just got to where they don't want to talk to customers no more. You go call some place and they'll sit there and run you through a phone bank, won't ask questions. That's that Movia Hensley. I sat there and got a loan to a credit company or finance company, and I've got one more payment to make next month, and I'll have them paid off. I called them there day before yesterday to make a payment. Phone ring. It's like somebody had answered it, and they'd hang the phone up. I called them 8 flipping times, and every time I call, they ring, and they pick the phone up and hang it back up the cradle. And I just called them back to back. Finally, a woman answered and acted surprised when I told her I've been trying to pay my bill with y'all. And 8 times I've called you and the phone getting hung up. Usually they answer the phone right away. I figured had something going on there. Probably that Corona's crap.
Probably.
Yeah, messed up.
I think I'm about to slip off here, Clown, and check out my Wi-Fi connections. And
yeah, I'm about ready to shut this one down, bro. I've been on here 5 hours and 4 minutes.
And 11 seconds.
Yeah, I watched the analytics, and they drop tapering off and off and off.
Yeah, I seen mine went down because I stuck out that little bitty video, but
that's why I didn't play any more videos. I played one for Holly. I played one for Paranormal Leslie. I've done 2 for the Venomous Friends. And I didn't do but a couple of. We so far into the live stream now, a lot of people's not going to hang around and keep watching to the bitter end. After 5 or 6 hours, they can be like, "Oh my God, they don't never shut up." And they turn it off. Have a good one there, Hensley.
My flame.
Flame or wherever.
My Clowns.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off here myself there, Vale. Tomorrow to Gaming Fox and put one of his videos up, and I want to put one a couple of your videos.
I need to get some new content out there.
Yep. Have a good night there, David. I'm thinking to get off from here. Flaming Worker, Hensley, for all you guys, glad you come by. Appreciate the hell out of you.
Me too. Glad to see y'all. I'm
I'm
all
so,
head out of here.
that's it. My ass done went on. Hey, we'll talk to you there on tomorrow there on Vail.
Okay. See you later.
All right, later. All righty, everybody. It's Clowns Paranormal Adventures. I'm thinking wind this one up. We've been at it for 5 hours and 6 minutes. I'm thinking ease back for a little bit. I don't know. I might get back on after a while, maybe. But I've been on here long enough where I'm ready to take me a little break. Appreciate everybody's show by. Just come by. Appreciate the subs, the follows on Twitter, people that are helping out and helping each other out. I really like to see that when people work together like a family and help share out each other's videos. All right, there, Steve. I was just shutting it down, brother. Ooh, so we'll talk with y'all there later. Thanks for coming by, Steve. Sorry you come in at a bad time. I was winding it up, but I'll be back on later there, y'all. We had a good time today. Gotta get. I'll see y'all in a few. Have a good one there, Steve.